Okay, I had to click go live. Is that what I had to do? Is it working now? Is it working now? Yeah. 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 Oh my god. Please. Oh, this is a disaster. Ah. Oh, it is working. Oh my god. Oh my god. It is working. Do you know what? This happens every year. This happens every year. Also, right. Great. Oh my god, we have people here. Woo. Maybe I should act like, you know, what's it called again? Maybe I should act like it's all gone completely according to plan. I planned for there to be technical difficulties and for me to waste 10 minutes of my time. Right, okay. Hello, everyone. Welcome. Welcome to the 2024 Sakuga blog Sakugabowl. I have to preface this. I have to do a short introduction of my own before we start the reading today. The time right now is 9:12 British time. We have started 12 minutes late. But hey, you know, that's how it goes. Right, first thing I've got to say, and very important that I say this, I have not read any of this article in advance. I have not read anything. It only came out a couple of hours ago, in fact. So I have no idea. There are some things that people have already spoiled me on regarding this article, including some of the people that have actually written for this article. Some of these people I know already. They're good friends of mine, people that I love, appreciate, and I respect very dearly. I hope, you know, like Mario Party, you know, that things don't go completely tits up by the end of it. Right, so first of all, let me just say how long this article actually is, because I think it's very, very important that I talk about how long this article is. It is 41,400 and something. It's 41,500 words. Now, last year it was 21,000. So we're talking a 20,000 word increase year on year. We're basically saying that this article is twice as long as last year. There is a reason why Mr. Kevin Yu Cow has been saying that I am going to die. But I have made several countermeasures. I have the Turkish lemon and ginger tea in my Coco Ichibanya mug that I bought for £9.50. Added extra ginger. Excellent stuff. I have got a glass of water and a jug of water. I am absolutely prepared for this thing. No, you do not have to call the hospital. Please do not do that. I do not want my family to be worried that an ambulance has come outside because I have gone mad and I've decided to read an entire article like this. But hey, you know, my chair is well supported. I've got a cushion underneath me. I've got a cushion behind me. I'm really, really well supported. I hope you all like the stream layout as well. I definitely didn't take 20 minutes before the article, before the stream started, actually cobbling that together. As you can see on the bottom of the stream layout, you can join my Discord server at the bottom, definitive anime chat thing. You can join that. Some of you already come from there, but hey, whatever, I don't care. You can also donate to the Sakugabowl Patreon page because you might as well give them money. There's no point giving me anything. I don't need it. I don't need your money. Maybe you can give me money some other time, but right now, you don't have to do that. So let's first of all talk about the picture. It's a really nice picture. Let me just say, Bitmap is the one that created this picture. Really has outdone themselves on this one. Even compared to previous years, this is probably the most banner image I have ever seen in my entire life. I don't think anyone can top this. Though I do look forward to next year's. Yeah, this one's just mad. Like, I can't believe how much work has been put into this. Kevin did say that I would enjoy the picture. And he was right. Yeah, I enjoyed the picture. So, let's scroll down. Nobody's commented on the article yet because nobody else has actually read the entire thing. Let's be honest here. I know that it has been a few hours, but let's be honest, I don't think anyone has actually read all 41,000 words in this article. I will be the first one to do it. Probably. Maybe someone else is just as crazy as me. Now, let's read the very short introduction. Shocker. The time has come again. To bid a final goodbye to 2024, we gathered animators, designers, directors, producers, studio founders, and individuals with all sorts of relationships with animation to share the works they loved the most in 2024, both new and classic. Join us at the Sakugabowl Animation Awards 2024, aka Sakugabowl. This is not a bowl, this is a gauntlet. Please refer it to its actual name. Let's look at the people that I'll have words with afterwards. So first of all, we've got Aaron Rodriguez. I know Aaron, actually. They're an animator. Yeah, they've worked on quite a few things, actually. Yeah, cool person, cool stuff. Looking forward to reading Aaron's section. We got Ada. Ada really surprised me. Being in this article, definitely a name that jumps out at me. Ada is actually a person who hosted group watches before even I did it. Like, Ada, I think, probably was the first group watches I ever got actually stuck in on. The legendary Isao Takahata group watch was really, really good. There was also another one for Mononoke as well that I got involved with. I think this was 2014, 15, around that time, about 10 years ago. We'll get there. Next up, we got Mr. Leaf. Ken Yamamoto, the Canadian bloke who's in Japan and is a Leaf. Yeah, I like their sections because they normally don't write very much. They're probably going to write more this year. We got Relux. Relux is a person. There's someone on Gef server, I think. They're all right. They're cool. We got China and Chi. First, we'll talk about China. China is a very amazing animator who has worked on all sorts of amazing things. Very talented storyboarder, director, does the whole kabang. Woo! China is not a country. China is a person. And we got Chi. Chi's a very good friend of mine. She's a very good friend of mine and a very articulated person. She wrote for the Sakugabowl many years ago. I say many years ago, it felt like forever ago. This was 4 years ago, before I actually read these out. I've known Chi for how many years now? 7 years? Probably? Yeah. I think it's been that long. But yeah, like, known each other for years. Kevin has definitely wrote my friend to do horrible things to me in this article. Very sad. But hey, what can you do? We got Yusei Komoto. I don't know who that is, but maybe we'll find out. Kevin will explain who they are. I don't know who they are, but we'll find out. We got Futon. Futon's a person in the Boru server. What do I know about Futon? Futon is something that you sleep on, but Futon the person's a different thing entirely. Yes, definitely. We got Fede. Fede is a fellow Italian who runs an anime studio now. Incredible stuff. Runs Buta Pro. Apparently, Komoto's the GOAT. What do you mean? Kevin got a GOAT to write? What the heck? Fede is amazing. The fact that they actually have an anime studio is actually incredible. And I look forward to all of the amazing things that Buta Pro get on with over the course of the many years to come. We got H-Y, Hayato Kunisada. I don't know this person either, but they must also be a GOAT that they got roped in to do this. We got Omar. I knew Omar was on this, actually, because Omar has apologized to me profusely for the many crimes they have committed in the course of this article. I've accepted all the apologies, don't worry. Omar is a lovely person, very good, and has written and has compiled more anime staff credits over the course of the last year than pretty much anyone I know. Very good person, very cool. We got Ukloim. I know Ukloim because they're also on the Boru server, and they have taunted me over this article, probably because they wrote a lot. We will find out more about their tastes in anime in the course of this article. We got Felix. Oh, dearie me, I can't pronounce. You're going to work this one out over the course of the night. You can help me with pronunciations in the chat. Sorry. Anyway, another person on the Boru server, well known in Sakuga circles. We got Natasha. Natasha is a writer. Natasha is someone that Kevin ropes in to write about things that aren't anime. She's cool. Very cool. And then we got the man himself, Kevin. And according to one of my spies, he has written 10,000 words. So approximately 25% of this article has been written by the man himself, the leader of the Sakuga Cartel. Right. Okay. So we have to begin. First, I'll take a sip of my tea. Oh, man. Very tasty. But maybe I need to stir it a bit more. I need to get the honey taste. I didn't stir my tea very well. Yeah, there we go. I think that's better. Kevin probably just wrote about VTubers. I wouldn't be surprised. He probably wrote 10,000 words about why Ninji Sanji is the best thing ever. Right, now, we are going to start at 9:25. Hopefully I'll get through this. Right, okay, let's start off. So we got Aaron Rodriguez up first. Aaron is an animator, storyboarder, director, and smart enough to do basically anything. And we got the Twitter and Sakugabowl tag for them. Their best episode and best TV show was Shoshimin, How to Become Ordinary, particularly episode 2. We begin now. Oh, by the way, no background music this year. Couldn't hear my voice otherwise. Anyway, Osanai and Kobato's story is as two-faced as the characters themselves. both a quaint detective series with a dash of romance and a window into the many social dysfunctions of detection club-style protagonists. Our point of view is closely rooted in the characters' faults, but fairly detached from their hearts, leading to a Jifu city that feels physically real but meaningfully empty. Coupled with the voice actors' delivery and the somewhat cryptic character writing of early episodes, it makes ordinary play out like a simulacrum of a sterile TV drama, leading to a sharp contrast whenever the characters give into their not-so-ordinary impulses. As they retreat into fault, the world freezes over and becomes an almost literal stage where their process is communicated through blunt blocking, dramatic lighting, and abstract shifts in location. It employs its visual language with confidence and consistency. Places rhyme with themes and conversational threads until they become symbolically powerful enough that the final string of reveals might as well work without sound. Not that I'd prefer it that way. It is a spectacular way of realizing the series' vision, eye-catching and seriously resourceful. Shoshimin could have easily lived under its older sibling's shadow, but it stands out without relying on the language of Sakuga anime or the robust pipeline of a KyoAni series. It's a damn fine show in its own right. With all that said, Nobuyuki Takeuchi's episode 2 in particular is my favourite in the series, and the whole year as a whole. While it stays true to series director Mamoru Kanbe's overall approach, it's a tad more interested in light and clutter, favouring the kind of spatially minded framing I'm a sucker for even during downtime. It zeroes in on the character's intense demeanour, on one hand for the sake of being dramatic, and combined with the mundane nature of the mystery setup and the slow rotoscoped animation. It also highlights an extremely silly side. It's an episode full of fun, creative, and highly specific choices. Why has the Samsung thing gone off just now? Oh dear, that's a bit weird. I don't even own a Samsung. Oh dear. Continuing on, bit creepy. So I've watched it a few times since and we'll do it again soon. Hopefully without any things going off. Oh, it's Look Back. Yeah, I really still need to watch Look Back, but hopefully people will talk about it without spoiling me too much on what happens. Not going to hold my breath on that one. Kiyotaka Oshiyama's Look Back is a hopeful story, I'd argue, but not blind to the hardships that come with the territory. It finds art, human art, in friction. There's friction in negotiating one's relationship with what they do. Things lost and things gained. Possible futures sacrificed to a lifetime of piling up sketchbooks for the joy of self-improvement or connecting with people through your work. And there's a different literal friction when an idea travels down the body's synaptic maze and into the hand, through a pen and onto paper. Polish tends to hide friction. So to drive the point home, the animator's work was kept rough in ways that you can read about in more detail than I can really provide here. Thank goodness you linked whatever it was. Thank goodness. It probably links to an article written by Kevin, but, you know, we're not reading that. There's a lot to praise about Look Back's aesthetic beyond its ties to the themes, though. The character designs are lovely, realistic in appearance, but full of stylizations that I could have never thought of, the ears being one of my favourites. There's also the willingness to draw wrinkles and lines of expression that most anime, in their unwavering commitment to broad appeal, would never really show. There's the way it uses irotore. I hope I pronounced that right. Irotore. Yeah. Iro, like, color. Yeah, and tore as in, I don't know. The tasteful fog that blends cell and background art during the running sequence, and an overall compositing style that highlights the drawings with little to no alterations. Lastly, there's the drawings themselves. It's kind of unreal how good they are. And for the half of the movie, Oshiyama couldn't just handle from scratch himself. People like Toshiyuki Inoue and Takuya Ninuma took to the drawing desk and impressed just as much. Look Back is the work of a craftsman's hard-headed passion, and I'm glad it's so committed to the struggle. Otherwise, I might have just been overwhelmed by the technical flex. Honourable mention for best aesthetic. This has been said before, but Maka Ine is a testament to the importance of pre-production and design. Even as the schedule narrowed and production struggled, the show's baseline aesthetic remained eye-catching. Watching it, you can feel the humid heat and the wear of the school on your fingertips. The specific shading instructions, the malleable character designs, and the beautiful art boards help maintain a feeling of consistency and atmosphere even when the finer details falter. Best ending. Oh my god, you decided to write about 3 of them? Hopefully you didn't write too much. Too Many Losing Heroines, Maka Ine ending 1, Link, Shumatsu Train ending Link, Brave Bang Braven ending Link. I don't know why they write Link. Maybe they want me to play Zelda as well while I do this, I don't know. It's not rare for anime to play around with live action photography, but it isn't actually rare also that I take a sip of my tea. Either to conjure up some sense of place or the nostalgia that comes from film and photo artifacts. Junchukan Bonta's Maka Ine ending isn't looking for a secret different emotion, but it's beautifully thorough in bringing its romantic vision to life. Beyond completely falling for its vibe, I was struck by just how playful its mixed media approach is. The cell drawings don't straightforwardly follow the shifts between stop motion, actual video, and still images, thus mutating the role they play in animation. Photo and video feel like inserts on their own, but become background art as soon as there's a character in them. Make them stop motion, and it becomes half like a cell, good old background animation, that feels necessarily energetic. Film artifact itself creates extra movement in these shots, and can imbue a still with the passing of time. These things aren't new, but they make for a beautiful sequence, and I'd like to see them explored more often. Meanwhile, Tsutomu Mizushima's ending for Shumatsu Train Doko e Iku, not Inu, that's a dog, is steadfast, emotional anchor for the series with just 10 carefully chosen cuts of very limited, if any, animation. It feels like following the characters into the night as the chugging of the train and the dark horizon wash away the madness of the episode and leave them alone with their thoughts. There's a sense of foreboding, but also quiet determination and much beauty to the night sky over the tracks. Last but not least, there's the ending to Brave Bang Braven, which is getting no description except that it's amazing. It made me smile, and most other anime look cowardly when standing next to it. Why is there a massive gap here? Maybe there was supposed to be something here, but there's nothing here. Thank goodness that there's nothing, but I'm just realizing that scroll bar is not moving much. Best animation designs. One Piece fan letter by Soti. Every bit of praise directed at Keisuke Soti Mori is well deserved, as fan letter demonstrates. His take on the designs does away with unnecessary detail and lovingly highlights the plasticness of the characters. It's like watching the One Piece I imagined as a kid, looking at stray episodes and chapters. Non-contemporary work award. I swear, he put non-contemporary work award just to, make it longer. Mahiro Maeda's, by the way, it's Gankutsu Bobby ni Kubitake, The Count of Monte Cristo. Mahiro Maeda's extravagant sci-fi retelling of The Count of Monte Cristo is both daring and carefully considered. Gankutsu, whatever, Count of Monte Cristo, is committed to its flat texture work and overall digital aesthetic to the point of looking a little awkward at times, which I can only commend. Meanwhile, the changes made to the story aid the TV anime structure and turn Edmond Dantes into a towering figure that makes the world quake with every step. Its brand of melodrama is just my thing, and I listen to the ending on the regular. Additionally, I also watched. Oh, Bobby ni Kubitake is a different show. Oh, whatever. I also watched Bobby ni Kubitake for Koji Morimoto's animation, and it was just as good as I expected. What I didn't expect, because I hadn't looked at its staff list before watching it on a whim, was to be so deeply shapen by the movie as a whole. It's a hazy summer memory where colours bleed into each other and time itself is a blur. Not a physical setting, but that day, that road, and that conversation. The aimlessness, the boy's euphoria as his world opens up and the ending far outlive its 45-minute runtime. It's one of my all-time favourites now, the kind that makes me love anime. Creator discovery, we got Mamoru Nagano. I'm cheating a little here since I knew of his Mamoru Nagano's work before. I'm going to have to get a green pen out on that one. That's a bit wonky. I don't think Kevin's watching this, but if he is, there's a mistake there. You might have to sort out the grammar there. But I got hopelessly into 5-star stories between the end of last year and the start of this one, and I need to scream about it somewhere. His mechanical designs are graceful and haunting, like fairies of legend, and that mystique runs beneath even the series' harder military elements. What I'm saying is, someone please let me watch Gothic Maid. It's my wish for 2025. It's what everyone wants. It's what everyone wants. I hope I can watch that one day as well. Right. Okay. Right. People are going to be argued to be placed first in this thread next year, so Build reads their comments before passing out in 2025. Yeah. Let me just also mention, today I have walked 9 miles. I did 6.5, just walking around, getting the exercise in, and then I did another 3 miles just doing the shopping. You know, I thought I'd do a lot of exercise before I end up reading all this. Anyway, quick drink. Good Lord, I love Turkish too. Anyway, so we got Ada next. I have not heard from them in a very long time, but they are described as a filme watcher. Filme watcher. And Nandaka Velonica respecter. They respect Nandaka Velonica. That's a show that I've not heard in a hot minute. I remember that was subbed by Nice or Subs very, very long time ago. But hey, whatever. Hopefully this one's not too long. Aaron's bit was very good, very short. Great start to the whole thing. So, Ada's first one. Best movie is The Colors Within, Kimi no Iro. I think it's the best movie too, but you know. Imagine an expanse of pure white dissolving into 3 lustrous red, green, and blue silhouettes, and you'll have the basis for The Color Within's main trio of characters, Totsuko, Rui, and Kimi. This is how our protagonist, Totsuko, perceives the world. People become figures of rich gradient colours representing their essences. Her inability and consequent desire to see her own hue is the catalyst for the film's drama. In a certain sense, Totsuko could be seen as the director Naoko Yamada's self-insert, whose on-screen style similarly breaks down her teenage protagonist's amorphous, repressed feelings into colourful, sympathetic impressions. Her character's journeys of artistic self-discovery also reflect her own collaborative creative process, in which the production team casts a wide net to invent new filmic expressions for each narrative. The results range from the specific and abstraction of individual gestures, motions, looks, to the infinite mathematics, physics, organising subjective drama through objective concepts. Wow. That's really good, actually. See, for example, K-On!, in which a balance of sturdy realism, storyboards that frame locations like real places, attention to realistic lighting, and cartoony exaggeration, Yukiko Horiguchi's character designs create a warm hangout atmosphere, or Tamako Love Story, whose spacious storyboards and gauzy telephoto lens build deep, immersive dioramas that invite the audience to lean into the frame and absorb the character's youthful emotions. While the mentioned hallmarks are present in the colours within, Totsuko's unique perspective leads to a stylistic shift. The dioramic layouts are often abstracted and compressed into flattened surfaces of beautiful tints. Additionally, the film's many motifs, celestial bodies and gravity, ballet and Christian psalms amongst others, set the pace for its scene-by-scene progressions. Foregoing a strong narrative hook and relying instead on twinges of loneliness and sadness to sustain itself, the film weaves its many motifs together to become a soft, sinuous movement between abstract synthesia, oh my god, that word again, intimate conversations, spinning motions, and musical expressions. In effect, by orbiting around the other's lives and opening themselves up, the characters become vivid, specular surfaces, prismatically refracting and transforming their colours and emotions, struggling towards a common musical expression through their hopes and fears. Totsuko, Rui, and Kimi finally achieve a fleeting balance of acceptance and a combined state of pure white, in which the sum of their human relationship becomes a shared work of art. I feel like I've climbed a mountain, but I've only just read one thing. Best aesthetic, Ghost Cat and Zoo. I love Ghost Cat and Zoo. That was a great film. Could go to watch it again in February, but I don't know about that one. Ooh. Set in the Japanese countryside and brought to life through an international co-production. We have a lovely story about a middle-aged ghost cat becoming a parental figure to an emotionally adrift city girl. In truth, Ghost Cat and Zoo was initially shot in live action with human actors on real locations by Nobuhiro Yamashita, with the resulting footage rotoscoped and anime-fied by Yoko Kuno and the teams at Shin-Ei Animation and Miu Productions. Yamashita's work can be best described as shaggy dog hangouts in which individual misfits find community in roundabout ways, worked at in sustained tracking and master shots which establish a low-key atmosphere that can grow into a variety of moods. This approach to filmmaking presented a challenge to the animators. Anime tends to compartmentalize, oh, good lord, right, actions into shorter cuts, often, oh, come on, eliding, I've never heard of that word before, irrelevant gestures altogether for the sake of economy, that is, for the sake of not having to draw all that stuff. Thanks for the bracket there. It is precisely in that friction between the live action and animation that the film's sensory effect emerges, with uncommon patience and Kuno's great gift for attractive cartooning. The characters are animated, listening, lounging, conversing, and performing repetitive gestures in unhurried master shots. Additionally, the naturalistic texture of the vocal performances and three-dimensional soundscapes reflect the real space the actors occupied during the shoot. By letting the live-action shoot dictate the soundscape, shot length, and movements of the finished animation, Ghost Cat and Zoo allows spontaneity, and slices of lived reality to intrude the frame. We hear the birds outside and perceive the rustling of leaves. We inhabit the rooms with the characters, their gestures, their shifting energies, and participating in their growing relationship. As D.W. Griffith argued, what the modern movie lacks is beauty, the beauty of moving wind in the trees. D.W. Griffith, not related to D.W. from Arthur. Best animation designs, look back, Kiyotaka Oshiyama. To do justice to the style, subject matter, and raw, nervy feelings of Tatsuki Fujimoto's Roman a Clef. Can I order that from the local French restaurant? Yeah, I want a Roman a Clef, please. Oi, give me a Roman a Clef. I probably wouldn't want to eat one of those. Kiyotaka Oshiyama pursued a resolute authenticity of line art and motion. Fujimoto's art utilizes strong outlines and light shading to create plastic, tangible faces, canvases on which he composes strikingly off-the-cuff expressions with a multitude of soft, sketchy lines. Oshiyama's designs translate Fujimoto's three-dimensional feeling figures and scraggly line feel. Specifically, he encouraged expressively coarse line art from his animators and his own keyframes, representing them on screen as sketched, drawing half the key animation himself, and correcting the other half as animation director. He also renounced character sheets to sustain an impulsive quality. The pièce de résistance of Oshiyama's approach is the free, spontaneous bursting from the page gestures from the manga, Fujino running, skipping, and dragging Kyomoto by the hand, that were then exploded into prolonged, buoyant locomotion in the film. These cuts by Oshiyama and Toshiyuki Inoue run the gamut from firm and forceful to smeary and kooky, to solid and intimate, externalizing Fujino's defiance and inner joy at creative connection while pulling the audience along the film's narrative trajectory. Though followed by a precipitous emotional fall, these exuberant expressions leave an lingering imprint of passion on which Fujino and the audience, faced with the film's auto-fictional tragedy, can look back to figure a way out. Oh, dear me. Right. Non-Contemporary Work Award, Heart Cocktail. Heart Cocktail. Oh. I'm just downing my tea. It's starting to get cold. Already. I'm not even 2 people in. Bloody hell. Non-Contemporary Work Award, Heart Cocktail. Stylish couples lounge under crisp summer skies at outdoor cafes, beaches and pools, with clouds reflective across the hoods of immaculately polished old-timers. Friends down drinks in jazzy bars reeking of hard liquor and tobacco. Lovelorn drivers share a kiss across the gap between their cars in an urban dusk. Seizo Watase's art is saturated in the appealing textures of 80s bubble-era Japan. In Heart Cocktail, an animated adaptation of his manga funded by Japan Tobacco, these moments are prolonged into short-tone poems composed of wistful narration, slow montages, conspicuous product placement, and chic Western pop jazz. Suave and seductive, yet largely concerned with misconnections and broken dreams. Heart Cocktail plays like an accumulation of small profundities that reveal a rift of melancholy belying the perfect pop snapshots of Watase's commercial art. Creator discovery. Oh god, that might mean that we're near the end. Ryo Orikasa. Ryo Orikasa is a discovery insofar as this year's miserable miracle pulls into focus his continued project of turning the written, narrated, or sung word into the animated word. Get it? Because this is the Sakugabowl, so it has to move, right? To rewind, in the music video, Koto no Shidai, a primordial soup of spontaneously appearing and disappearing particles is seemingly coaxed by the beat and lyrics into words, phrases, and symbols until it reaches an overwhelming volume. Datum Point, adapted from a poem by Yoshiro Ishihara, presents a flowing river of furrowed silver clay in which kanji emerges and disappears like fish gasping for air, leaving little ripples that grow into cresting waves of kinetic sculpture against the soundscape of meditative drone. Dense, yet but tensile. The ridged grey plasticine material evokes pebbled Zen gardens and achieves a weighty sensation against the ephemeral concepts of Ishihara's poem. The premise of Miserable Miracle, an attempt by Belgian writer Henri Michaud, hopefully I pronounced your name right, Mr. Michaud, to record in words and sketches his experimental trips with mescaline at age 55 after a lifetime of teetotaling, is inverted by Orikasa's short film of the same name. Michaud immortalized momentary interior sensations. Orikasa attempts to retranslate words on the page back into temporary impressions through line, colour, and narration. We really got a lot to write about this guy, huh? The short begins with the novel's text being etched into a sea of crackling paper by lead pen, while being narrated in the French version by the most singular physical actor of our time, Denis Lavant, who uses his gravelly voice like a body in flight, dancing, picking up speed, running, zigzagging, tripping over himself. As the narration progresses, the words on the page become agitated, jittering into fire, transforming into stickmen, streaming into colourful waves, breaking into pointerless dots of glistening radiance, finally dissolving into a bubbling cauldron of watercolour which cascades into terrifyingly indistinct faces, and then darkness, interrupted by an owl's hoot. This accumulation of contrast, monochrome and colour, silence and noise, interior and exterior sound, stillness and motion, exhilaration and fear, reflects the ebbing and sensations and loneliness of the inevitable come down. Taken together, his work presents the experience of narrative language as a constant state of becoming. With the title of his Gaydai anime graduation short, Scripta Volant, an inversion of the Latin proverb Verba volant scripta manent, i.e. spoken words fly away, written ones remain, Orikasa gives us an essential clue. His subject is not the eternal word on the page, but its journey through the retina into our minds. The process of reading creates transient landscapes and places of sensations in our souls, whose beauty imprints on us all the more for their fleeting existence. Best show, Gimai Seikatsu, Days with My Stepsister. This is a show that Kevin's talked about quite a lot, actually, on the Boru server. So prepare for like 2,000 words talking about this one later. Though the premise, two high school students become sister and brother and develop a budding mutual attraction, has the makings of commercial otaku hoku, author Mikawa Ghost, totally real name, approached the cliches with an uncommonly forensic eye and quasi-ethnographic lens, constructing a sensitive yet sober drama through the baggage of the characters' familial backstory, wounds and social situations. Rookie series director Sota Ueno successfully translates the verbose, moody, perhaps a little dry source material into a gentle, contemplative stream of conversations and inner monologues between two strangers navigating an unusual situation. Uncurbed by the shoestring production values, he goes further by pushing for a rich, medium-specific expression built on several aesthetic strategies. Take, for example, the narrated diary entries, accompanied by 8mm analog film visuals, complete with film grain, image instability, cue marks, and projector rattle. Indebted to avant-garde artist Jonas Mekas, these interludes become an accumulation of gestures, details, and thoughts that constitute a fleeting snapshot of a person. These snapshots are aided by the collected observations of the series' dopoji, repeated layouts within and across episodes, recalling Mamoru Hosoda and the tradition of the Taiwanese New Wave. Furthermore, the dense dialogues and atmosphere are sieved by impressionist urban montage, rich, shallow, focus photography, and pillow shots, trademarks of Naoko Yamada. Massive gap where there's probably a picture. Just imagine there's probably a picture of the show or something. I think it's because I'm on Chrome, but hey, whatever. Interestingly, it sometimes plays closest to a thinking man's Makoto Shinkai, often reduced to a mere peddler of the lowest common denominator teen melodrama. Shinkai's fluid use of ping-pong in first-person narration and rhythmic juxtapositions can achieve a montage poetry of articulating physical, emotional, and conceptual distance between the characters. The resulting stylistic brokerage skirts incoherence, but the skillful legato of Ueno's direction and the anchor of Mikawa Ghost's construction create a fresh sensation. The progression of objective details and subjective impressions, harsh architecture and soft colours, cold fears and warm moods, quiet voices and loud silences, break the drama down into small legible impacts, revealing the subtlest gradients in the characters' worldviews and feelings as they inch nearer and nearer to each other, slowly closing their conceptual, then emotional, and finally physical distance. By synthesizing these styles and their antecedents, Days with My Stepsister inadvertently ends up spanning a wide cultural history of moving pictures from the last 62 years, all the way back to Astro Boy 1963, which similarly coped with production woes through stylistic invention. In a world of ballooning content demand, rush schedules, and omnipresent intellectual property, Days with My Stepsister proves that Cineliterate approach that returns to its origins while absorbing the of the start can conceive new modes of animated expression. And that's 2 down. 2 down, let's go. Okay, right, let's take a sip of water. Or a gulp of water. We're on Leaf, and it looks short. My man Leaf. Kevin, please do not make Leaf write like 2,000 words next year. Right, so Leaf, Ken Yamamoto from Canada, who is in Japan. He's an animator, storyboarder, director, respecter of Aikatsu, the series that is dead and has gotten me and 900 other people blocked by a single person on Blue Sky because they noticed that I called Aikatsu a dead anime. Purveyor of the greatest film about horses ever made. I don't know, Black Beauty exists, I don't know about that one, you know. But, you know, there's room for me to get involved in the whole Uma Musume thing. And, of course, a Leaf. Excited to see what Leaf cooked this year. Normally, Leafs can't really cook very much, but let's see what Leaf is up to this time. Best episode, Sengoku Yoko 19, part 2, 6. Okay, whatever. When it comes to Sengoku Yoko, I honestly knew nothing about the show itself. One day, I simply happened to turn on the TV. Yeah, you know, just turned on the telly, and there it was. Great. Excellent. I was drawn in by Shigeyasu Yamauchi's direction. Absolute master, Shigeyasu Yamauchi. Big shout out to him, director of Doremi Naisho 4. You know, everyone knows. Plus those really nice and thick drawings. A shock to the senses in the best way. It's scary how awesome that old guy still is to this day. Oh dear. He is an old guy. He is indeed an old guy. An unparalleled experience where your emotions are dictated purely by the drawings in the frame. Best show, Gimai Seikatsu, Days with My Stepsister, Yatagarasu, The Raven Does Not Choose Its Master, Natsume Yuchinjo, Series 7, Oi Tombo. That's 4 shows. That's 4 shows. 4. Let's start with Gimai Seikatsu. Let's put it plainly, I was overwhelmed by the soulful direction. I can only say that it's absolutely amazing. It doesn't waste a single frame of animation. If I had worked under a director like this, I would have spent my whole life without being led down the path of directing anime for myself, for it cannot be matched. Whew. High praise. When it comes to Yatagarasu, that show highlight an important fact. There's probably an S on the end of that. With pretty faces, strong colours and good voice work, you can get away with the bare minimum animation. And so, by having solid animation on top of that, it becomes an unbeatable anime. Mind you, those cool, beautiful faces are important, so it's incredible that they keep it up for the whole run. On a cozier note, Natsume Yuchinjo Series 7 is a show I don't think anyone could hate. Such a strikingly beautiful ending it has too. Similarly, Oi Tombo is a cozy watch throughout. It essentially has everything I watch TV anime for, all in one package. Best movie, Uma Musume, Pretty Derby, Beginning of a New Era. Right, so, my friend, you put your own film as the best movie. You put your own film that you directed as the best movie. Trapezium. Oh yeah, Trapezium. And Gambate Ikimashoi. I know more than anyone how hard the staff worked on a certain movie, which is why I'll be nominating my own work here. That is to say, everyone on Uma Musume, Pretty Derby, Beginning of a New Era did an amazing job. It was the happiest I've been working on an anime. Thank you so much. What about Trapezium though? It feels like the novel-esque elements are transplanted as is into anime form with a beautiful consistency. Shout out to Gambate Ikimashoi too. I can clearly hear the blood, sweat and tears coming from the screen. Best opening ending. Oh my god, there's so many. Solo leveling opening, Love is Indivisible by Twins opening, The Team is Tamer began a journey to pick up trash opening, Puniro is a cute slime opening, The Elusive Slime Samurai ending, and Rurouni Kenshin Kyoto Disturbance ending. Oh my god, right. Thank god he don't write much about these. Right, solo leveling opening. The first thing in a while that made me remember how hyped fighting animation can be with the right ideas. The show itself also has nothing but awesome, beautiful action, courtesy of Yoshihiro Kano, which was a joy to watch. Hey, there's a video. I'm not watching it. Love is Indivisible by Twins opening. Nice, clean compositing. The karaoke scene on the left at the start of the chorus with its natural character acting and beautiful movements is so great, I could watch it all day. Yeah. The Weakest Tamer opening. The way the camera moves in sync with the melody feels so good. I love the colours and compositing, which have a modern anime beauty to them. Puniru is a cute slime opening. The rainbow Punirus right before the chorus are so cute. They drive me crazy. He just, every single year, this guy, he just understands. Why can't everyone be like Leaf? Please. First of all, my job would be easier, but also I would agree with everything. The elusive samurai ending. The way that guy's feet slip a little as the dogs chase him down is beautiful in its realism. Rurouni Kenshin ending. Cool in a straightforward way. The fireflies and green lighting effects calling back to Norio Matsumoto's work on the old Kenshin are perfect nostalgia bait. Best aesthetic. One Piece fan letter, too many losing herons, Makaina, Gimai Seikatsu, a few moments of cheers. Oh, a few moments of cheers is really good. It's also that show that Jonathan Clementine was a Dumbo doing an interview with. Yeah, that was... Do not watch that. Thank God, actually, I don't think anyone can actually watch that interview. Yeah, don't watch that interview. It ain't good. Out of all my choices, also including One Piece fan letter, Makaine, and Gime Seikatsu, a few moments of cheers, is the one that made me a little bit envious. After all, what they achieve with its look would be very difficult to realise with 2D animation. It really is amazing and unique to make a feature-length film in Japan that looks like this. It's a 3D film and it looks great. I really enjoyed it. I really liked it. Cool. Best animation designs, Yata Garasu, The Raven Does Not Choose Its Master, Takumo Norita, and MF Ghost, Naoyuki Onda. The answer is simple. Yata Garasu with its beautiful faces. MF Ghost with its excellent drawings. And cars. Hopefully the cars. Non-contemporary work award, Nobody's Boy Remy. Not Nobody's Girl Remy, which is part of World Masterpiece Theatre. Probably good as well. Anyway. Osamu Dazaki's Nobody's Boy Remy can evoke emotions with nothing but narration over sliding backgrounds. Truly unparalleled. Creator discovery, Ayaka Minoshima, Mitten. Ump. Ump. Oh my god, Ump. Ump. They're called Ump. Oh my god, there's a guy called Ump. Wow, I've discovered someone today. Ump and Mitten and Hone Hone. Well, I knew about Hone Hone, but I didn't know Ump. Wow, Ump. This year, I came across so many skilled artists with abilities beyond belief. Here's a shout out to Ayaka Minoshima, Mitten, Ump. Ump. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, Ump. If you ever watch this, Ump, I'm so sorry. Your name's so funny. And Hone Hone. I'm ashamed I missed my chance to bring up their names at talk events and the like. Thank you, Leaf. Your section is my favourite every single year. I hope Kevin gets you on next year as well. Right. Now it's time to relax with Relux. Woo! Of the Sakuga kind. This just talks about Sakuga as in the thing. Don't know what else I can get from this, but whatever. Relux is a Sakuga person. Thumbs up. I'm doing the thumbs up right now. Anyway, let's keep reading. Fourth person now. Best episode, One Piece fan letter, Borkyaku Battery 11. As fans, creators, or both, we live for works of passion. The ideal distillation of that concept tends to come in the form of purely original projects, which function as a window into an artist's mind. While it's true that few forms of expression are as transparent as that, there is something uniquely potent in the act of communicating love for an already existing work by way of creation. This article is an example of that very phenomenon, as are countless community-produced MADs, that's me, I'm mad, threads and fan animations. Though different in scale and produced officially, One Piece fan letter ultimately falls into the same category. Introductions are unnecessary for the likes of Negumi Ishitani and Keisuke Sotimori, a pair that have been continually refining their collaborative approach for several years. They famously pushed the idea of adapting a chapter of its manga to its theoretical limits back in 2022, and their experimentation since then felt like it was building up to something even greater. All would become clear with the reveal of fan letter. This was both a chance to pay tribute to One Piece itself, as well as their biggest opportunity yet to go all out creatively. Needless to say, they delivered in a big way alongside a team of similarly passionate individuals. Momoko Toyoda's script, which included significant input by Ishitani and Mori, adapts an existing novel, but the result is unrecognisable beyond some shared concepts within a mere 24 minutes. It succeeds in building thematically coherent, tight character arcs with more than one emotional climax. It's clear that there was a well-defined vision since its very inception through to the final touches, as every element on screen works in tandem without a wasted detail. Mori's designs and animation direction make for an absurdly high visual baseline, then allows for occasional peaks that still adhere to that same philosophy. Attempts to describe what makes this experience so powerful are futile compared to simply experience it for oneself, so I recommend it. Franchise involvement aside, fan letter comfortably stands on its own as a beacon of what can be accomplished with the format of TV anime when the stars align. For my other choice, let me preface and say that I did not watch Kyaku Battery in its entirety. Rather, I watched exactly one of its episodes for the same reason as many fellow animation fans. This is the wonderful phenomenon of Sakuga fans, where what they do is someone is watching a show, and then they notice that an episode moves loads, and then they go, "Oh my god, this episode moves loads. Watch it too," and then everyone watches it too. And that's how it works. I don't get it. I just want to watch the show. Just watch the show. In my opinion, I think just watch the show. But I don't know. Some people have got lots of things to do. I mean, I've got loads of things to do. I'm not got all the time in the world. Anyway, look, please, guys, watch the show, please. Anyway, I digress. Rather, I already read that. Masahiro Tokumaru. And yet, they watched it for that guy. And yet, even devoid of narrative context, I find his episode to be worthy of highlighting. Video that I'm not watching. Tokumaru's presence in the industry has been characterized most prominently by his efforts as an action animator for Hanebado and Vivi, the latter being the project that resulted in his current renown. After all, It was when he took charge of storyboarding his own cuts for Vivi Episode 9 that the true extent of Tokumaru's skill became apparent. He brought a certain rhythm and flavour to Vivi's action sequences that can scarcely be found in anime. And I'm inclined to say the same about his first full storyboard and co-directing effort in Byokyaku Battery Episode 11. The qualities that made Tokumaru's action compelling before remain present in the episode's baseball segments, but his use of montage is what struck me. The B part takes the viewer on a journey through a certain character's past and mental state, meaning we rapidly move from one scenario to another as his inner monologue progresses. Tokumaru employs all the filmmaking techniques at his disposal to keep this process visually engaging while elevating the script rather than overwhelming it. He controls the tempo with eye-catching transitions and match cuts, utilises visual motifs to drive home the episode's themes, and clearly has a major input as an animation director. Byokyaku Battery's overall production was far from ideal, and that much is still apparent at points. But it makes me happy to see such a detailed and thoughtful debut storyboard from established animator. Tokumaru's strong sense of tempo and love of filmmaking bleed through from start to finish. Honourable mentions on the topic of thoughtful debut storyboards from established animators. Oh. Wow, that's a bit weird. Look at that. The link. Oh no, you probably can't see it, but the link's actually glitching out at the top of the page. Shuto Enomoto's Dandadan Episode 7 is a similarly ideal result. What an experience! Also, Tatsuya Yoshihara is great at reminding us why anime is fun, and Wistoria Episode 1 checked all the right boxes in that department. Just don't ask what happened afterwards. I'm not. Really not going to watch it either. I'm not going to watch Wistoria. I might check out the first episode eventually, probably, maybe, could do, maybe, I don't know. Best movie, Uma Musume, Pretty Derby, Beginning of a New Era. And unlike Leaf, you didn't direct it. So it's nowhere near as bad that you're doing this. I must admit that I've never been a believer in gacha adaptations, and I was not much of a believer in the concept of racing horse girls either. After this year, I can say that Ken Leaf Yamamoto has dramatically changed at least one of these facts by producing a film that transcends the format of its source material while still fully committing to its charming qualities and inherent absurdity. Beginning of a New Era doesn't simply live and die by the consistency, high quality of its character animation and race sequences, although those components are more than appreciated. What drives this film at its core is how involved Yamamoto's direction is from start to finish. No single scene or moment is presented without clear directorial intention. Not once does the film seem to be on autopilot or going through the motions, because whether it appears visually or through audio, the intended emotion or narrative beat is constantly being serviced by conscious artistic decisions. I fully believe that a person who doesn't know a single word of Japanese could reasonably piece the story and arts together solely due to the quality of Yamamoto's visual storytelling. As I'm not aware of, okay. Most would agree that racing horse girls are no laughing matter. I do say it's definitely no laughing matter, but I just laughed just now, so I was laughing at it. This is reflected by Beginning of a New Era's script and visual presentation taking themselves completely seriously. Genuine tension is built through almost comfortably intricate sound design. Haunting despair is conveyed through oppressive colour design and imagery, and palpable excitement is felt when Yamamoto pushes the envelope further and further in climactic moments. I'm eternally grateful that he was allowed to depict these characters looking fully prepared to murder their opponents mid-race. A story about athletes feeling compelled to one-up themselves repeatedly is a perfect fit for a director and team of animators who clearly feel the same way. Honourable mentions, the value of Look Back hardly needs to be explained. As a work of art, it represents much of what makes this hospi. I'm thinking about the hospital. That's not good. That's really bad. What a terrible Freudian slip. Meanwhile, Haikyuu, the dumpster battle, marked the return of Susumu Mitsunaka and Takahiro Chiba to the series, both of whom brought their best and provided fresh takes despite being core members of the original team. That's probably the horse thing, but I'm not watching it. Best opening. Kuro Shudi. Is that Black Butler? That's Black Butler. Black Butler. Public School Arc opening. And One Piece opening 26. Show's been on so long, it's on its 26th opening. When I stopped watching, there were only 13. It feels bad me saying only 13, but whatever. Black Butler Public School Arc, Masashi Ishihama being the king of openings. Ah, Ishihama, I love you. You're the best. Being the king of openings is one of the few constants we can reliably fall back on in these uncertain times. Please, if you've got time, watch Yama no Susume opening 1 for season 2. You won't forgive me for that one. Any reminder that he still has the sauce. I had the sauce earlier. I had some lovely QP mayo with my chicken tenders. Is like a reminder that the sun will continue to burn. Calming and extremely interesting to stare at, clever credit integration, subtle and less subtle symbolism, and an aged film-esque aesthetic, and carefully timed crossfades are all present as one would hope. This time, I was especially drawn to Ishihama's editing choices in relation to the song. Cutting on beat is one thing, but picking and choosing whether or not to maintain that established pattern is another. In some cases, he elects to do the logical thing and directly enhance moments set up by the musical structure, and in others, he breaks from this mold to favour a different visual element. The sky shatters like glass as a fitting piece of the song's instrumental occurs, zooming in and out from the main character on beat reveals more of the cast with each complete movement. When it comes to storyboarding openings, there are few with expertise on Ishihama's level, and it shows. True. Very, very true. I don't even have to watch the opening for this, right? And I know exactly what you mean. Because, when you watch one Ishihama opening, it feels like you have watched pretty much all of them. They all do similar things. But the thing is when you see that, it's just so good. It's just so good. Every single time, it's just like, you're getting that nice rush of dopamine. It feels brilliant. Anyway, One Piece opening 26. This opening has so much in common with fan matter that it would be redundant to talk at length about it. Thank goodness. But to leave it unmentioned would be a greater crime. You're right. Megumi Ishitani's previous opening more or less fell in line with the visual approach with the series at large, so it was a welcome shock to witness a completely transformed aesthetic courtesy of her and Keisuke Soti Mori. There are no wasted moments here. References to just about every major event of the relevant story arc can be found along with numerous other details, making this almost like a 90-second fan letter in its own right. Words can't describe the feeling of witnessing the quadruple match cut in this chorus for the first time. I really got to look up what this match cut thing is. I really am seeing it quite a lot in this arc also as well. I'll look it up after. Or you could tell me in the chat. You can chat, I am reading the chat while I'm also reading this. So please do continue to do that. And also do donate money to the Sakuga lot because they're threatening me. Sorry. Anyway, best ending. Too many losing heroines. Make Ine ending 1. I'm assuming there was only one ending. I think the show was only one core, so, Creative, non-standard approaches to animation that are willing to integrate other forms of filmmaking can make for particularly memorable endings and openings. And we were provided quite a few solid examples from this year. From these, I'm singling out Makaine's first ending because it takes a step further than just emulating the look of film itself. Juchukan Bonta and Aoi Otani stood out by fully committing to using both and even combined the two. Shots of common locations flash past in stop motion. Oh, there must actually be multiple endings on the show. Cool. inhabited by both regular people and the show's animated characters, though never simultaneously. While Tanya's drawings are highly appealing and often lineless, fitting neatly into the ending's nostalgic appearance, maybe classic rom-coms never looked much like this, but watching the final product as such an unconventional pipeline makes me feel like they did. Best aesthetic and animation designs, look back, Kiyotaka Oshiyama. Combining categories feels right in this case because the character designs and overall aesthetic of Look Back are so intrinsically tied to each other and to the original story's themes. Knowing that a standard production would do little to serve a narrative with so much to say on the process of creating art, Kiyotaka Oshiyama made a series of critical choices during production which set Look Back from the norm, apart from the norm. For one thing, the key animator's original line work was to be preserved through the entire pipeline, bringing an uncompromised version of each artist's draftsmanship to the big screen. Such an outcome would be all but impossible to accomplish through the many stages of processing involved in most animation productions. In this case, justice is being done to the efforts of skilled individuals, and an idea of embracing imperfection in art is promoted. In addition, Oshiyama refrained from utilizing his own reference sheets for the film's main characters. This choice led to a natural evolution of his drawings as the production progressed and promoted an ideal of art which is created based on more on one's current feelings than anything else. To round things out, he elected to handle animation for at least half the film himself, while also supervising the rest. In doing so, the moments he handed off to others were able to produce different feelings by contrasting his own work stylistically. Desai? Sorry, I'm probably pronouncing that wrong, but okay. Loose acting emphasizes childlike joy as Fujino and Kyomoto enjoyed their initial success, while Takuya Ninuma's authentic and sophisticated expressions bring out a heavier layer of realism when darkness begins to creep in. Rather than mere parts of a whole, every part of Look Back's visual design is essential to how the film delivers its overall message, a message that anyone who has made so much as a sandwich with their own hands can appreciate. That's me! I make my own sandwiches. I'm really good at making them. So, yeah, take that, everyone else. Non-contemporary work award. Nausicaa of the Valley of the Wind. I love Nausicaa. Nausicaa's a good film. I should rewatch it. I had never seen a single one of Hayao Miyazaki's films until disturbingly recently. Now, no one can now take the mick out of me for not watching anything. I'm sorry. Oh dear. But hey, the fact that you know so much about animation and yet you haven't watched a Miyazaki film is really good, actually. But that is the same for me. So, we all have our blind spots, and I purposely do not, watch these things. And I refuse to. Of course, I had long known of his name and his relevance to the medium. And yet I carried out this sinful existence with a relatively clear conscience until finally committing to watching through his filmography this past summer. Nausicaa of the Valley of the Wind was first in line, and now, even after journeying through Miyazaki's career up to The Boy and the Heron, which I originally saw without subtitles before any of his others, it remains my favourite. Nausicaa scratches a certain itch, both aesthetically and narratively. The ecologist in me is drawn to its world, which combines a distant post-apocalyptic setting with genuinely fascinating speculative evolution and natural systems which fit together seamlessly. Meanwhile, the animation fan in me is captivated by its immersive art direction, creative usage of layered background elements, and cohesive design works. Miyazaki and environmental themes have long been an inseparable duo, and I now consider Nausicaa to be his most thought-provoking foray into that realm. All analysis aside, the true reason for my choice is that Nausicaa happens to be the Miyazaki work which aligns most with my personal set of interests, and sometimes that's more than enough. I'm beyond eager to dive into the manga as soon as possible. Creator Discovery, Takayuki Kikuchi, Sakugabowl tag. So you can click on that and you can find out about Takayuki Kikuchi. I recommend Himiko Kikuchi, the amazing person that composed Flying Beagle, but you know, not everyone has amazing music taste like I do. One thing I can wholeheartedly thank Solo Leveling for is introducing myself and others to a number of artists whose voices weren't necessarily well heard beforehand. Among them are the likes of Hajime Nakagawa, whose draftmanship instantly stood out with every appearance, as well as Shibito, who pulled an impressive Core Yoshinari impression almost out of nowhere. The show's 11th episode, storyboarded and directed by Takayuki Kikuchi, was by far its biggest highlight, and made me immediately interested in Kikuchi as an action director. I'm always on the lookout for individuals who have a clear understanding of how to design genuinely engaging action sequences, and my radar started going crazy as soon as the fighting in Solo Leveling 11 began. Kikuchi was fairly experienced in both direction and storyboarding already, even handling an earlier episode of Solo Leveling, but he had never been placed at the helm of a climactic action episode like this one. His mastery of the camera takes centre stage here by elevating moments with less powerful animation and bringing out the best in the team's aces. The main battle's a massive arena is established through a sweeping camera move, making it all the more impactful when characters are thrown from one end to the other. The environment feels tangible, and each hit carries meaning and consequence. I can only hope to see further development of Kikuchi's approach if he's participating in the second core, because otherwise I might starve to death. Please, my friend Relux, you need to eat. I hope you are eating well. Please eat well. We have now reached the end of Relux's part. Well done. Woohoo. Ara is saying, do people really watch anime? The answer is no. Nobody actually watches anime. I didn't watch any tonight, for example. I haven't watched an anime in days. I don't think I've watched an anime so far in 2025. Come to think of it. Wow, I'm so bad. Yeah, we're all frauds. I haven't watched View to Boy Conan. I have bought it, well, I got it for Christmas last year. Not 2024, 2023. I got it for Christmas a couple of years ago, and still haven't watched it yet. Gotta do that. We have Gina. That's Gina, right there. Gina is an animator, storyboarder, director, writer, and good at literally everything. Yeah, Gina is good at so many things. Yeah, they're like one of the best to ever do it, and I'm really glad that pretty much every year I've been reading these, I'm able to read Gina's thoughts on the year. Mostly because it's short, but also because it's really insightful too. So let's do it. Best episode, One Piece fan letter. I really enjoyed the balance that One Piece fan letter strikes between its multi-point of vision structure and the more objective angles. I'm glad I got to see Keisuke Sotimori's aesthetic sense embodied in a single self-contained filmic work with a story. I can't wait to see more from him. Mind you, this year had plenty of spectacular episodes on the whole. Look no further than Yuto Enomoto's Dan Da Dan episode 7 or the even more recent Blue Lock episode 38. In the end though, it's One Piece fan letter that stood out above them all, overall with its level of perfection, satisfaction and novelty. I'm not watching that. Best movie, Kimi no Iro, The Colors Within. I watched Kimi no Iro in a quiet mid-sized movie theatre late at night after work, which was a fantastic experience. I watched it in the premiere at the London Film Festival with my brother. It was really good. I really enjoyed that. Yeah, that was a good day out, that was. Frankly, it's the kind of movie I want to slowly ruminate on within myself instead of seeing what other people thought. Yeah. Unfortunately, I am looking at what other people thought. I'm probably going to see what other people think of it later on in this article. It's a wonderful It's wonderful that a work with this perspective was able to be produced in Japan as a beautiful high-budget animated film. Best opening, Frieden Beyond Journey's End opening 2. For this category, I would like to go back to the second Frieden opening. I love how it begins on that long continuous shot, almost ignoring the structure of the song. The restrained editing, with matter-of-fact shots linked together, feels good in how it matches the stance of Frieden's narrative. Best aesthetic, One Piece fan letter. Once again, it has to be One Piece fan letter. The compositing, colour design, and backgrounds all wonderfully go together with the drawings. Every aspect builds upon the animation's aesthetic sense and further refines it. Best animation designs, Girls Band Cry, Teshima Nari. It's gotta be Girls Band Cry. The original designs are cute, and that quality was successfully translated into the 3D models as well. This isn't to say that they're identical. The characters actually appear slightly goofier in 3D compared to the original designs, which makes them more approachable. The designs and animation are excellent, and not simply for 3D CG standards. This year's Best Anime for Cute Character Acting. Non-Contemporary Work Award. Bishonen Tanteidan's opening. I watched Bishonen Tanteidan as it was airing, but I was left particularly impressed by its opening sequence upon a recent rewatch. It struck me as the idealized encapsulation of modern anime, through one that takes a different stance in presentation from the more direct homages of Masahi Ishihama and Shingo Yamashita you see lately. Thank you, Sheena. I think I did that in like 3 minutes. I think that there was not much here. There was not much here. Thank you, Cheetah. Please, Kevin, if you're doing this next year, please do not make Cheetah write more than 500 words. Please. That was perfect. Now, I've just found out that our next person, Chi, has written the third most out of everybody in this entire article. It has to be one of my good friends doing this, right? Kyoto scholar and handwriting expert. Do you know what? Like, handwriting expert. Oh, yeah, that kind of makes sense. Yeah, that does make sense. Yeah. Chi's great. Please follow Chi. Chi is the best. We love Chi. Everyone in the chat, praise Chi. We all love Chi. Ping them in the Discord as well. You know, because I can't at the moment because I'm too busy doing this. Because I'm reading their section now. Ah, yes, identifying handwriting for cuts at your Annie. Thank you, Megax. That is the reason. That is the reason. Chi also, what else does Chi do? Chi has got the storyboard for Doremi Dokkan episode 40. Yeah, and a lot of other stuff. Like, Chi's got a very massive collection. And does a lot of stuff with Kyorani Hanken as well. Also shares my appreciation of music as well. So like, yeah, there's loads of things that I respect Chi for loads, and you know, it is with great pleasure that I read this section, and hopefully I do not fall and collapse while I read it out. Oh. But already you're making me feel guilty because the best episode is UFO Season 3, Episode 12. And as MegaX knows very well, I haven't finished UFO Season 3 yet. We've been trying to watch it for quite some time. So, yeah, we'll have to do that eventually. You can force me. Please try your best because... I do want to actually finish it one day. We have One Piece fan letter and Gimai Seikatsu episode 9. Let's go. Nowadays, it's rare to see an adaptation within commercial animation be so daring to change the trajectory of an important plot point. Yeah, I know you are, Mega X. I know. I know you are. But afterwards, after. Um, trust me, after. Anyway, if anything, entire reimaginations are more common than works that stay generally close to the source, but feel emboldened to challenge it. The fear against backlash is deeply rooted in the minds of producers who don't want to risk upsetting fans, and frankly, this has materially limited all the potentially interesting and equally valid approaches that once allowed anime to create fresher works, even in adaptations. Yes, I know you're explaining, but also, it's okay. It's okay, don't worry. The crowd will be okay. They will appreciate it. They're appreciating what you're doing for me, because I am infamous for not watching things. On the whole, KyoAni are well known to take creative liberties against those trends, but UFO Season 3, Episode 12 took it to a whole new level. This is a scene from UFO. I am not watching this because, even more so than all the other videos, it all began with a bold, though by no means arbitrary suggestion by series composer Juki Hanada. It was a choice that all of the staff smartly built up to throughout this season, and even the preceding ensemble contest theatrical OVA. One key change as means to lead the viewer to the ultimate thematic culmination of Kumiko's character arc. The execution of that idea comes together in such a satisfying way thanks to Taichi Ogawa's storyboard and Takuya Yamamura's execution, underlining each and every emotional beat. Given that it's effectively an original episode, though, it feels wrong to highlight them in isolation. This episode required a very deliberate, careful, and holistic effort by the core staff to even conceptualize its existence in the first place. That said, there's plenty of greatness in the delivery itself. The delivery of water, to me. The outcome of the episode, for one, is cheekily foreshadowed at the beginning, but the heart-to-heart conversation between Mayu and Kumiko, both truthfully exposing their anxieties to one another, is a masterfully staged highlight. The entire season had been building towards such a closure in the gap between the two, again in contrast to a novel that leaves them stranded. I will read the novels too. I will. It's also worth praising the musical staff for performing with enough precision to convey the nuance in both contestants playing, like Mayu's sound having a slight advantage, which is in conversation with the much more dynamic camera work and staging. It all makes for an episode that showcases UFO's technical elegance, but also with that daring and playful side in how Ogawa toys with your expectations. His boards cleverly draw out the victor's reveal, building enough suspense to make some viewers second-guess the results. Though conceptualization of all these original details, layering them to build upon the history of the franchise, this episode shines even more in my eyes. Yeah, I know, Chi. Hello, Chi. Hi. I saw your comment. I'm getting there. This episode shines even more in my eyes. It's easy to pick up on the familiar imagery and core locations which allow it to build another decisive auditorium trial, reminiscent of Reina's victory back in the first season, a pivotal moment in establishing Kitooji's meritocratic system that this episode takes to a bolder direction. The iconic Daikichiyama scene, where Reina inspired Kumiko to strive to improve further within that system, too, is flipped in a poignant way that also illuminates the mirroring between their relationship and the one at the core of Liz and the Bluebird. In this episode, and Season 3 as a whole, UFO holds a conversation with its own history that showcases the cyclical nature of its refined storytelling. I can't believe you haven't finished it. But, gee, let me finish it. Bloody hell. Anyway, I'll get there. it goes without saying, if you've seen it, because I haven't seen it, but UFO Season 3, Episode 12 also stands as the franchise's peak when it comes to animation. The supervision work, especially in the B part, is to be thanked for much of its emotive expression work, but many of its animators had actually done quite well from the layout stage already. The consistent excellence, despite the sheer amount of thoughtful acting, is commendable, even more so with Ogawa adding more difficult cuts, like all the ones that require strong volumetric skills to envision a rotating instrument in 3D space, as well as the brilliantly executing slow-mo cuts. Its crowning jewel is the last scene. All the feelings and dreams Kumiko had allowed to build up, her desire to play the Soli? Play the Soli? Oh, whatever. I don't know what Soli is. I think maybe Sully from Monsters Inc. maybe. Play the Sully alongside Raina explodes into arguably the most cathartic scene in the series, when Mike Wazowski burst into the auditorium and said, like, I object or something. The animator in charge was Tomomi Sato, a rising talent who truly understood the emotional nuance to dig out of these characters. She did so across a staggering amount of cuts that totaled to roughly 3 minutes of extremely ambitious animation. Alongside the rest of the team, she managed to nail all sorts of tricky cuts that also rely on skills beyond her own. Rather notably, you can feel KyoAni's extraordinary doga strength throughout it. It's nothing short of an exceptional achievement from all the animation staff involved. I think it was Kevin actually posted a KyoAni doga thing once, and it really, really impressed me. Of course, I still remember my brother's own foray into doga as well, once upon a time. The amount of work he put into that one too. Now, while UFO Season 3, Episode 12 was extremely good, it wouldn't be right for me to ignore another excellent highlight of the year, that being the One Piece TV special fan letter. At this point, it's well known that Megumi Ishitani and Keisuke Sotimori are generational talents in their own right. A duo that feels reminiscent of the incredible team that was Rie Matsumoto and Yuki Hayashi, never failing to create something so impactful and special that it would always stay etched in your mind. This new Toei super team returned to the realms of One Piece after their spectacular opening earlier this year. And while I would have personally then to get a completely blank canvas, it's hard to complain about a result that is so well put together and communicates such clear adoration for a franchise. That's probably from the thing, but I haven't watched it. Fan Letter is yet another creative breakthrough for the magical duo. Ishitani's colour sense is impeccable as ever, and she manages to extend it to the overall aesthetic rather than feeling like inspired moment-to-moment directorial delivery. For example, the backgrounds and depiction of lighting are tuned from earlier stages to feel a lot more atmospheric. This is paired with Soti's control over design duties, pervasive animation corrections, and dabbling into new challenges such as art design. Two distinct creative sensibilities dance together, making for a beautiful episode oozing with charisma. The Marineford War section, storyboarded by Soti, is my favourite part of it all. One that I found creatively invigorating from its sheer artistic power. It's framed from a much more grounded perspective, accompanied by organically loose forms and animation that feels incredibly visceral. I was also moved by the way that Ishitani elegantly deployed recurring imagery, such as the puzzle motif that communicates the messages of the work, how each of these ordinary civilians is collectively linked, showing that even they are autonomous pieces placed in this large world. While that dwarfs them, they can still create a meaningful impact after being influenced by those larger-than-life figures. Ishitani even manages to sneak in some fun foreshadowing that holds gravitas in its climactic moment, and the Sakugabowl archipelago feels believably inhabited with its expansive layouts and characterful mob drawings. This aspect in particular highlights another important storytelling skill Ishitani excels at, breathing life into the mundane. Even if people miss it in the midst of her emphatic grand greatness, The wait for her own purely original project has me vibrating in anticipation. Wow. Vibrating. Gee. Calm down. My final shout out. Yeah, I can see why this was really long now. Good Lord. My final shout out has to go to another episode that shook me to the core. More vibration, huh? Gimai Seikatsu's climactic episode 9. It's a pivotal moment for a character in attempting to shut down her romantic feelings for good. But it's the presentation in an already unique show that blew me away. The purposeful, striking imagery flows from Sota Ueno's storyboard, while there was another episode director present. Ueno's hand in the A part and the diary segment in the latter half of the episode is unmistakable. Throughout this adaptation, I can see Chi is apologising. Ueno has made it clear that he has a way with memorable abstractions that really draw you into the storytelling. Let me get my composure back. And it's in this episode's exploration of Saki's suppressed feelings that I felt that most strongly, abstracting the Asamura family audio tapes into a Saki fantasized recollection, which then employs live-action footage filtered with a canvas texture, results in the type of screen you've likely never seen before. But most importantly, this distinct imagery is built to communicate Saki's desire for a fulfilling childhood she didn't get to experience. Not stopping there, Ueno underlines those feelings further by contrasting the past and present through effective light usage, which was what was once brighter days as a child are now dimmer and unattainable. They're complex feelings that she herself hasn't come to terms with yet, so the director gets many chances to express that multi-layered emotional mess through many visual techniques. For example, the morning glories in the foreground to convey how fleeting that love of hers may be. It's an episode built upon themes like the recurring water motifs from previous ones, but that iterates on them in newer, fascinating, and meaningful ways. That's the first section. Honourable mentions. Literally every other episode of UFO Season 3. The show is peak, I'm afraid. Unlike Yaman or Susume, which is literally peak. Dungeon Meshi episode 3. Perfect encapsulation of what makes the series so special and fun. The seamless switching from the tense and comedic with the corrections and animation to tonally match it well. It's easily one of the most expressive episodes of the year, displaying the animation supervisor's proficiency in this type of artwork. All of that, whilst cleverly integrating the appeal of its world building, it has it all. Dan Da Dan episode 7, excellent showcase of an emerging storyteller handling a very sensitive topic with grace, showcasing in the process his incredibly visceral artwork and imagery. Shout out to the Inshutsu as well for nailing the lighting at the end of the episode. And then finally, yes, Puniru episode 7, an eclectic mix in an already odd series. It showcases China's ability to capture the mundanity of daily life, that tangible feeling of summer, while still retaining the fun and goofy charm of the show and taking it further in some wild, loose ways. Probably the show I'm most interested in trying out from last year is Puniru. Just saying. Right, best show. UFO Season 3. Shocker. Shocker. Wow, gee, you could really surprise me there. UFO Season 3? Wow. Anyway, I'm sure lots is to be said on this. Let me get another drink. Now this is an obvious choice, as it's a special work to me that I've followed since its inception. I can still vividly remember being captivated by the first season all those years ago. Despite the departure of staff members that have sadly left us, UFO Season 3 carries on the torch in very profound ways. UFO Season 3's success is built upon smart efficiency. As it goes through dense material, you'll notice many events reshuffled into moments that fit more naturally. Oh my god, Kevin appeared. No, I don't have a Puniru emoji because I haven't watched it. I'm not done with you yet. I haven't even got to your section because you're at the end. Anyway, you'll notice many events reshuffled into moments that fit more naturally than in the spot where they were originally placed, reinforcing the thematic flow and trimming the fat. The way they arrange the adaptation further emphasizes Kumiko's changing relationship with movement. With music, not movement. I'm moving around my arms while I'm talking. At points, building around its legacy by swapping locations and the traversal from them to achieve a type of emotional catharsis you can only reach when you've spent so much time within a story. Its acknowledgement of iconic moments in the franchise to head into new destinations is just one of many aspects that embody UFO's story prowess. This entire season showcases the staff's clear and intimate understanding of the characters and setting. Unsurprisingly, considering that the creators are literally located in the same part of the city, meaning that locals are sometimes jump scared by the director, Tatsuya Ishihara, taking a stroll down Mount Daikichiyama. That sense of locality blends into the show itself, with the prime focus this time being Kumiko's leadership skills, and especially her love of the club at Kitauji, something emphasized since the slogan accompanying the first key visual. I'll just stop for a second to look at this. I have legal docs to say that, so you should watch it. It is very build core. Yes, I know, I will watch it eventually. You know, it is hard for me to actually watch things sometimes, you know. What else was there? Oh, yeah, I was about to say, UFO is really cool, because the one thing I noticed when, even I watched, 4 episodes or something, the one thing that really stood out to me is, the attention to detail on, locations in Uji is, even just the train scenes, was just, incredible. The amount of detail in just a train is incredible. I loved it. Loved it. Not to read things. Yeah, I know. Yeah. No, I'm giving up my time for this. Sorry. The protagonist's love for those around her and her goals as a person exist in a precarious, somewhat contradictory balance that the staff knew was important to communicate, but not to whitewash. While the route Kumiko embarks on is slightly different than that of the novel, the staff knew which feelings to prioritize to remain coherent with how they arranged this season and the series altogether. This led, for one, to focus on her navigation through tricky club drama and her future with music, as those aspects best embodied the themes of the season. In doing so, they had to tread fine lines to still be able to express the validity of her competitive drive, which at points she wanted to suppress due to her presidential responsibilities and the weight she placed on everyone's feelings. Doing so must have been hard, but succeeding at it made for an excellent culmination of the entire series that leaves me feeling like Kumiko's character was thoroughly explored. No, I'm not reading last year's Sakugabowl. Be quiet. On a technical level, this season of UFO has made strides with notable aesthetic changes. I'm just struggling because I'm pouring another glass of water. I think I've got 4 glasses worth to go. On a technical level, I already read that. For example, the more prominent usage of paint trace techniques, irotore. Hey, it's that word again. Hey, irotore. Again, in the comments, tell me, what is irotore? I don't know what it is. Please explain it. To further emphasize youthful shine and dazzling essence, going hand in hand with its storytelling in gorgeous ways. In that regard, the staff has been more ambitious in playing with difficult cuts when it comes to shadow animation, coinciding with emotional climaxes. You'll see natural shifts in the color sette as they believably comb around the forms in a very three-dimensional way. The technical precision that shots like this require is undoubtedly tough to achieve, but the animators executed them well for those important narrative beats. Last year, the studio, well, it would have been the year before, the studio released Surene the Linking Shot. Like the title indicates, a series about building connections through one another. That aspect was reflected in its director's infectious positivity and open-mindedness, which, like his peers said, motivated everyone so much that they were able to put together excellent work that blended in everyone's views. In its own way, UFO Season 3 is also very representative of KyoAni's current position, looking towards their future as they cultivate a new generation. The show's final twist that ties it so close to the present day of the real world, beginning anew in spring, goes to show how much personal and emotional investment there is in sending off Kumiko's story. As Ishihara himself said, it leaves you uplifted, knowing it isn't truly over. Despite UFO being just this fictional story, this is certainly the case for me. The ending really does give me a comfortable peace of mind that Kitouji's cycle will continue alongside us, much like KyoAni's, and they themselves getting a new generation of artists early this spring, with some of them having already contributed illustrations to their Thanks Staff art collection special video to its fans. The studio has immediately cemented itself as a turning point, being the last of KyoAni's legacy titles announced in the wake of the arson to wrap up. I can only be thankful they were able to give Kumiko's story a beautiful end. Thank you, UFO, for these wonderful 9 years. Bless. Edotore is just jargon for colouring designated outlines. Oh, cool. I do like the word. I do like the word. Kevin should have published on a Sunday when you have work in... No. If he published it tomorrow, I would have been so dead on Monday. I have work on Monday. I'm not looking forward to it. But hey, you know, back to the grind. Anyway, continuing this grind, honourable mention, huh? Gimai Seikatsu. Now, this is the one that surprised me in different ways than my anime of the year. If it weren't for the 3rd season of Euphonium, this would be my favourite show of the year without any contest. Honestly, if you read this blog regularly, you're likely aware that Kevin has covered it in great detail already, and he will probably do that later in this article, because he's horrible. But the inherent limitations mentioned in that that the show works around makes it an even more respectable work for me. Gimai Seikatsu is a sincere portrayal of pseudo-incestual relationship. Dear me. Right, relationship between a multi-layered couple, each with their own deep-seated familial trauma and complexities. Both of them try to find their way as they navigate through a new family situation they've been suddenly thrust into. It's grounded to the core and only blossoms the way it does, thanks to director Sota Ueno and a team of fully committed to his vision for the adaptation. The sheer amount of original means of expression and new elements that they came up with, like the Medaka fish and the Asamura family cassette tapes, embody how involved of a storyteller Ueno is, as well as his willingness to dig into the innermost feelings of the cast, even if they're not made explicit in the original work. The director even introduces consistent floriography as a secondary background context to convey ideas like the harmony of a new family or suppressed romance. There's a clear understanding of the source material, and I couldn't be happier he was given such an interesting work to adapt into such a special show. I implore people to give it a shot, because the first episode alone sets the tone excellently. Best movie, Garden of Remembrance. Yeah, the film I got to watch before many people. Good film that was. A year where you can experience 2 brand new works from my favourite anime director back to back is certainly rare. And with particularly worth celebrating, considering that one of them was trapped in film festivals for way too long. Yeah. Like, Gothic Maid was talked about earlier, and yeah, I don't think I'm ever watching that one. While I'm certain that The Colours Within would have taken this award alongside my current choice if work didn't block me from attending a screening, Naoko Yamada's recent short film that she produced with the mindset of a music video brought me to tears easily. Not only do you get to yap about UFO, we get to yap about Yamada. Excellent. Garden of Remembrance is a deeply evocative tale about enduring and accepting loss, remembering what we had, and taking the first step forward without regret. There is no dialogue either, allowing Yamada to present why she's one of the most striking expressionistic storytellers out there, with just how much she's able to convey to the viewer without verbalization. There are many details to appreciate in the way she communicates the passage of time throughout. The repetitive layouts establish Kimi's mental state by first creating a sense of familiarity, which then helps you spot these little changes, cycling through dozens of t-shirts and phone wallpapers, eating habits becoming a bit laxer, finally starting to wake up on time, and her room progressively getting messier. Yeah, Scottish prison. It's through all these repetitive morning routines and increased sloppiness that she gradually begins to heal, gradually lifting the weight of the thoughts of her late love. Her smartphone wallpaper stood out in particular, as it starts off with a red anemone, which holds a meaning of painful love to convey that she's getting used to life without him, and that those feelings didn't simply vanish. Speaking of floriography, being the Hanakotoba nerd, Yamada is too, I knew it. I knew she was a big flower fan. She loves her flowers. Flowers are the key motif and take the front seat in this work. For one, we have the anemone flower that also implies fleeting love. Yamada manages to find many effective ways to express the innermost feelings of the characters with it, down to the colours they choose in remembrance of Boku, but also serve as a more dynamic means to create ambitious, seamless transition sequences. The most striking part, though, is of course the climax. When Kimi re-experiences her cherished memories, it had me sobbing the most, likely being the most beautiful, abstract use of floriography I have ever seen in anime. And by the way, that is really, really high praise because, like, she's watched a lot of shows with floriography in it. Like, you know, Doremi Sharp is like a literal season of anime based all around that. So, like, you know, high praise. Lovely Summer-chan's indie pop rock is also great, managing to complement the film well with its structure and composition. It starts quiet during those repetitive, monotonous days, slowly ramping to the emotional climax before slowing, doing again to quietly fade away. There we go, good. Gardening of Remembrance feels like a distillation of Yamada's aesthetic sensibilities, but with quite a few new adjustments that I found she was quite successful in expressing. Her love for soft pastels and watercolours is present, and the designs are realistically fleshy to her tastes. But it's actually the lack of digital effects that surprised me. There are essentially no camera lens effects from the compositing department, much as she has emphasised that before. Interestingly, though, the chromatic aberration effect was transported to a different field, which is to say that it was emulated from the background stage, so you can see the multiple coloured contours along line work on objects in the background actually painted in. I found this interesting since it achieves the blur effect associated with those digital effects without actually needing them. Line boiling for the cell layers is also a new addition that had never been in a work of hers before. Perhaps the intention is to match the subjectivity of the framing, considering the amount of low-paced telephoto shots to make the viewer really feel like they're peering into an actual living person's life. Yeah. Garden of Remembrance, beautiful film. Beautiful thing. I need to rewatch it because, like, the last time I watched it literally was at SLA, and that was, what, 2.5 years ago? So, yeah, I'm down for a rewatch of that one. Honourable mention. Oh, thank God, it's only 2 paragraphs. Uma Musume, Pretty Derby, beginning of a new era. Surpassing your limits is not a new idea for sports anime, not in the least. And yet, there's something about the way Uma Musume, beginning of a new era, does it. The movie brings that idea to the forefront and abstracts that concept visually through a prominent suncatcher prism motif that results in some of the most visceral, intense raises that you'll ever lay eyes on. They're overwhelming, striking, and incredibly ferocious. But perhaps the most amusing thing is how much of the movie embodies the director's unmistakable radical expressions, doubly so in the races. Ken Leaf Yamamoto's influence can be felt everywhere, including the fact that he nominated it himself for his own category. With how insanely angular and deformed the characters become, you can feel the powerful strain of those horse girls pushing themselves beyond their limits as the faces twist in tangible anguish, which is amusing considering the bishoujo aspect of Uma Musume is a big deal. When it comes to a movie like this, though, the coolness aspect is too important to compromise it in any way. My only reservation is that I wish I could have seen it in the theatres. The team clearly went above and beyond with the sound design and how it intertwines with the animation itself to truly make a sensorial experience. Even with this caveat, however, it all comes together as a movie that's way too entertaining for its own good and for the health of the viewer. The definition of never letting go off the brakes. Health of the viewer, huh? I'm a viewer, and I'm only about a third of the way through. Oh, thank God someone mentioned Doremi, and of course, Chi mentioned Doremi. It might be 11 o'clock now, but I'm so happy. Let's go. Right, Megumi Ishitani started off the year with one of the most visually stunning and technically proficient openings I've seen, with an amazing team behind it at that. Unfair competition, if you ask me. The sequence begins with an operatic start that hypes you up, then immediately pulls you in through Keisuke Sotimori's characterful walk cycles, the type where you can see the personalities of each straw hat distilled into a few drawings, signaling you're in for something special. What impressed me the most, though, is the cohesive visual clarity of the whole opening. Reduced line counts and emphasis on bodily shapes pairs well with the vibrant pastels, and the natural sense of flow between cuts supports that clarity. It's particularly impressive that they still retain that feeling when conveying things on a grand scale, with strong volumetric drawings to back it up. Ishitani's usage of colour is getting more clever, as she even started emphasizing light with solid colour shapes rather than relying on compositing effects alone. To top it off too, her evocative usage of silhouettes and foreground elements to create spatial depth is immersive as ever. Sorry? Kevin committed war crimes by forcing me to remove my... What? I'm hearing terrible things here. What? Oh, God. But then again, I'd have to read it and, It turns out this category, for me, is a Toei-dominated one, though, considering that Ojamajo Doremi is literally my favourite anime series. Yeah. Its 16 to 20s teaser opening from earlier this spring demands a shout out from me. Again, I'm glad. Seeing Yoshihiko Umakoshi's light novel illustrations brought to life in animated form was enough to bring me to tears. I can't remember what emotions I felt when I first watched that opening, but yeah, I couldn't believe what I was seeing. I was so happy watching that. It's maybe even more emotional to see Tatsuya Nagamine return to direct it, demonstrating his love for the series is very genuine. I think I speak for all Doremi fans to say that I can't thank Hiromi Sekipi enough for enabling these great small-scale projects for the franchise since its 20th anniversary movie. Bustling with some of Toei's greatest youngsters too, along with some ex-Kyoani staff I'm fond of, I felt it was made to pamper me. Depending on whatever plans of the future are, this sequence may well be the closest I'm going to get to my dream of the sequel novels being animated with as much care as Doremi has always received. Where's Haruka Kamatani, though? Yeah, same. Yeah, same. I made your job easier by convincing Omar to read... Right. Yes! 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 I will happily read a whole thing about Doremi next year. Please make me happy, Omar, please. It'll make me so pleased. Anyway, we move on to the best ending. Yes, and we pray for the 16 adaptation next month being announced. But we get to the best ending now. Too many losing heroines, Maka Ine, ending 1. Anyway, there were quite a few good O endings this year, but Maka Ine reaching those heights for all of its sequences was a beautiful surprise. Even more so because they're all aesthetic bangers that accurately match the arc of each heroine. That said, it was the very first one that impressed me the most. Ending 1 cannot be praised enough for its ingenious, mesmerizing usage of stop-motion effects and hand-drawn animation intertwined with filming live-action footage, not only for how striking the result was, but also because of the impressive physical effort required to arrange and create so many props and devices. These efforts come together to communicate not just the romantic, down-to-earth side of the series, but also evoke a clear sense of summer nostalgia. It's the feel of a romantic youth, with its warm, sepia and earthy tones, plus a cover of the aptly named song Love 2000. I can only imagine how creatively fulfilling this must have been for all the staff involved. Excuse me. Since these specific flavours of creation are rare in commercial animation, Aoi Otani's renditions of the designs are also an interesting take, as they're less moe with how the features are arranged and drawn. They look a bit more mature, suiting the romanticised nature of the ending, the eyes, especially in close-up shots, being more volumetric and having more defined lashes. Great cohesive look. Honourable mention, Gimai Seikatsu's ending sports an unusual but fitting style. CG artist Hewa's work usually features a painterly texture over it, with ethereal blues that happen to be an excellent match for the show's mood and tone. That naturally extends to how it's shot, as it captures the mundane through pillow shots of the setting, following Sota Ueno's visual groundwork. Being the Akane fan I am, Ranma Half 2024's ending really got good. It's an incredibly lovely ending, framed her point of view. Lovely ending, framed her point of view. Oh dear. Which sums up her and Ranma's dynamic well. It's even complemented with cutesy red effects to indicate actions. Love it. Best aesthetic and animation designs. See, I'm glad some people have combined these two categories together. Hopefully that doesn't mean anything later on. The immediate stylistic similarities that One Piece fan letter brings to mind are Mamoru Hosoda's Baron Omatsuri film and Where the Wind Blows. Both Keisuke Sotimori and Megumi Ishitani have made it clear that they have a stylistic preference for that type of flat look. Mind you, that isn't surprising, since the former had already admitted influence from one of anime's greatest animators, who is synonymous with this unburdened style. I have been a huge fan of Soti and the way he approaches shapes in his drawings, so it goes without saying that I adore the look of fan letter. It's been delightful to see him apply his sensibility from the early design stages, as opposed to manipulating someone else's as animation director, like in the episodes he's involved with. The line count remains low and efficient, and his love for slim proportions carry on with eye-catching beautiful curves of forms. Despite that low amount of lines though, his approach feels so effortlessly organic with how well defined a lot of the anatomical landmarks are, a perk of his smart line placement. Soti's diverse supervision allows him to pivot from that elegant to depictions of more cartoony elements as well, and I adore how recognisable the forms still remain when the shapes literally coalesce. I'm going to put a lump of coal in your stocking. Of course, to achieve this line count efficiently and minimal shading, you need strong draftsmanship skills. Dear me. Going through the ringer here. Otherwise, there's no way to convincingly sell the body as three-dimensional without feeling too flat when needed, especially when employing a stylistic trait as Kagenashis and Kage as often as they do. Given the team they can entrust this work to, though, there was no worry in the end. In the end, Sotti's designs are foundational for this appealing flatness to work, but it's worth noting that they're in perfect synergy with Ishitani's sensibilities. Look no further than the soft colour palette, which somehow still retains the adventurous vibe of the series despite the pleasant atmosphere it evokes. While that default inviting palette is a great starting point, they never fail to dial it well to tonally match a scene, be it the clear but deep vivid blues of the marine offices, the warm oranges of the bar's interior, or the muted greys of the Marineford War. It's a great display of something many know at this point. Ishitani's proficient use of colour is about as good as it gets. Fanletter's aesthetic greatness extends to even the art direction. The backgrounds forego the rigidity that straight lines give, and embrace uneven line work that helps give it a rough, organic finish, all while confidently rocking minimal detail, where environmental silhouettes remain clearly identifiable even in pleasing atmospheric perspective shots. Case in point, right here. Non-contemporary work award, The Idolmaster Cinderella Girls Part 2. Oh, I really need to watch this. I really need to watch Animes again. I want to watch it again. I know I've watched it like 3 times at this point, but I kind of want to watch it again. I need to see Yayoi again. Episode 7 is just like the best thing ever. And there's like so many best things ever in that show. Much to the surprise of my friends, I only got around to experiencing this show for the first time this year. Yeah, I'm surprised too. Cinderella Girls is something I'd been meaning to get around to for a while now. Same. After longing for more goodness due to the ever-going Noriko Takao drought. Now I can say that I'm honestly annoyed with myself for putting it off for so long. As much as I enjoyed the first core and the bubbly personalities of the cast, some of them can feel rather lacking in the depth that they deserved. By placing those at the forefront, they can feel dimically to varying degrees. Don't say I don't read every word in this thing. In the second core, however, most of the cast truly come into their own and allow Takao to display how strong of a storyteller she is, especially how much she truly cares to dig into these characters. The introduction of a corporation-driven antagonistic force shapes things up to be a lot more interesting, as the idols try to navigate through the changes imposed on them and try to thrive within these corporate demands. Those gimmicky natures end up becoming strong material to explore the characters' self-identity and to embrace their individuality. This angle leads to many episodes diving into their insecurities framed around the personas they've built. The godly Uzuki arc deserves a special mention, since it solidified her into, by far, my favourite Animus character. Not only that, but her arc serves as the strongest realisation and culmination of that overarching theme. Adding to that, it was also produced during an era when the IMAS crew was at its collective peak of togetherness. And so, despite the show being an expensive production disaster, having a team like that still resulted in many articulate dance sequences throughout and all sorts of consistent, detailed acting to enjoy. I should really stick that on the Group Watch Bowl one day. Maybe the next one. We'll see. Creator Discovery, we got Shuto Enomoto, Tomomi Sato, and Haruki Sakamoto, and Sota Ueno. There's 4 people in the Creator, singular, Discovery. So many people do this. Okay now, while this amount seems like a lot, I think this is a good problem to have. Yeah. I'm honestly surprised at how many names came up when thinking about it. Thank God you limited it to 4. But this, I met quite the group of creators who left their mark both from an animation standpoint and through their storytelling abilities. Yeah. Yeah, thank God you limited it to 4. Good Lord. Right. Being an exceptional animator doesn't necessarily mean you will transition into new roles easily and put out equally stellar work. But Shuto Enomoto proved how strong his storytelling skills were with Dan Da Dan episode 7. His use of imagery and understanding of the characters was surprising, naturally deserving of being put in the spotlight through a focused new type interview. I look forward to which path he continues going down, whether it be in Shutsu aspirations or continuing focusing on storyboard and animation direction like other Sakuga-focused animators. Moving to a very different environment when it comes to KyoAni, it can be difficult from an outside perspective to know who is well regarded for their skills internally. For example, those who impress their peers through the studio's private pitches. That's why every time an individual who hasn't had a main role yet is shouted out specifically after spending a while at the studio, it can come as a surprise. One such case was an individual who was, while remaining anonymous, highlighted for Nobuaki Maruki in Tsurune's Season 2's fanbook. I personally assumed he must have been talking about one of the studio's newbies, but their handwriting actually turned out to be a perfect match for someone else when more materials were made available. Look at that. Once again, looking at the writing and just going, ooh, I know that is, yeah. That person was Tomomi Sato. Yeah, that's the one. I looked, those strokes, you know, the curves, the dots on the I's, the crosses on the T's. Definitely. Anyway, having contributed many highlights across Euphonium Season 3, she made it clear that she has a clear understanding of each character's nature and how to convincingly draw an array of shifting, nuanced expressions to bring out their innermost feelings. This was highlighted not just in their output, but through her own words, as she used the Blu-ray commentary track to share how much she values communication with the core staff. Alongside other traits that paint the picture of a very attentive animator, like the fact that she religiously studied the physical materials of each piece of cloth to draw convincing folds. She's a rising Osaka ace, funnily alongside their other veteran, Tatsuya Sato, sharing the same surname. I feel she will really be instrumental to KyoAni's future if she remains persistent with her mindset to animation. Next up, that is also tangentially related to KyoAni, as Haruki Sakamoto had a short stint there before landing in another great environment filled with other inspiring artists. Haruki's contributions throughout Dungeon Meshi have been some of my favourite throughout the year. His animation is diverse, but often involves cuts with snappy timing that can fit comedic centric scenes, although he can modulate its timing well for more grounded, action-oriented cuts. As you can see there, he's clearly fond of tiny details like the spit droplets to accentuate the force of collision from a punch. It's no surprise that his expression work and nuanced animation were recognised, as he kept getting assigned a specific type of scene. Those were he got to delve in a little deeper into the character's psyche, often getting to handle the emotional catharsis too. My favourite work from him, however, is when he brings his timing closer to realism. The drawings are much closely spaced, resulting in a very satisfying motion to watch. Just look at those lovely secondary details. I'm reading what you've written. Especially on the fabric and the weighty back and forth swaying. He's someone I'm sure will continue to put out stellar work, especially if he stays in environments that enable it, like Danmeshi's production, imagining he sticks close with his pal Ichiro Kano. My final discovery is only one paragraph long, thank God, is on the directorial side. But since I've written about his own show in detail in 2 categories already, I will keep it succinct. Thank God. Sota Ueno, who you have definitely written about a lot in this 6,000-word blunderbuss, is simply a one-of-a-kind director. In just one project, he has already proven he understands how to construct a series with a stark, fascinating personality of its own. His inherent desire to grasp what is going on with characters and worldview on a deeper fundamental level, as well as his inspired mentality and broad influences will allow more intriguing works to bloom under his helm. And we're done. That's it. Cheese bits done. It was excellent. That was a great read. That was a brilliant, great and brilliant read. Damn. I think I'm almost halfway there. And we're at 11:30. I like this Yusei Komoto's avatar. I love this. This is good. aoibigkawaii.jpg. I love that. I love that. But also, well done, Chi. I'm so happy that you've managed to write in this again. Oh, man, I'm happy for you, mate. Oh, but bloody hell. 6,000 words. Excellent. Right. Yusei Komoto is another short one. We keep going, guys. We keep going. Kevin, please, again, like I said, please send me the paperback next year. Yusei Komoto is sometimes a key animator, sometimes an animation director, sometimes a character designer, and always good at drawing. They're on Twitter, and they have a tag on Sakugabowl. The best episode, according to them, is Dan episode 7. According to MegaX, UFO novels are around 50,000 words. This is 40,000, so novel level this year. Yeah. Wow, okay, right. I believe Dan episode 7 will go down in history, not only as an episode that makes most of the original manga, but uses the medium of anime to enrich it with new methods and emotional resonance that have reached so many people. It touches on some pretty serious topics for a series with a lot of comedic moments, but I think it was truly a masterstroke to hand this episode to Shuto Enomoto. I must say this, thank you to all the staff members who helped create this episode. Best show, Makeine, Too Many Losing Heroines. Great visuals aside, Makeine, on its whole, had me hooked with how entertaining it was from the very beginning. Watching it made me realise that I'd forgotten how much fun a school rom-com can be. This feeling has reawakened within me. School rom-coms are the best. I want an intake of shows like this on a regular basis. Best movie, Uma Musume Pretty Derby, Beginning of a New Era. This movie's sensorial excellence shines through Ken Lee Yamamoto's direction, which you can enjoy even without thinking at all. You've got these magnificent drawings full of charm that draws you in, appealing acting as the backbone of it all, expressed through Jun Yamazaki's character designs, which are catchy and filled with potential. All of it comes together in a really satisfying way. Coupled with its emphatic sound design, Uma Musume Pretty Derby, Beginning of a New Era, is a movie I'm really glad to have seen in theatres. Unfortunately, it has not been in British theatres because, our distributors here are dumb and bad, and I'd also want to watch it in the cinema, even though I have never actually watched any Uma Musume. So, hurry up, bring it over here, guys. Best opening and ending, it's Makeine again. It's the opening for that, and the Elusive Samurai ending. I would say I enjoyed Makeine's opening and the Elusive Samurai's ending the most this year. I loved them both for their great songs and fun visuals that get you excited. I didn't skip them a single time as I watched weekly. As you should. Best aesthetic, One Piece fan letter. One Piece fan letter isn't only marvellously polished, but catchy in the way that made me wish we could have these visuals in something more long form. The way it controls the amount of detail in the backgrounds is especially wonderful, an expression of pure, unburdened artistry, an aesthetic delight, where every second showcases something to keep you entertained. Best animation directions, Look Back by Kiyotaka Oshiyama. Out of a handful of surefire answers for how to design characters for a Tatsuki Fujimoto anime adaptation, I think Look Back offers one of them. The fact that the lines are intentionally not cleaned up is a contributing cause. Of course, that risky approach only works because of Kiyotaka Oshiyama's obscenely good drawings. Non-Contemporary Work Award, Working, Season 1 to 3. I love this series enough to rewatch it every year. Shingo Adachi's catchy character designs coupled with episodes that never leave you bored. It's a simple concept revolving around a group of part-time workers, but it's so much fun. That's what I think to myself every time, as I keep returning to it. Creator Discovery, Yasushi Nishiya. I wasn't too familiar with Yasushi Nishiya until I got to work with him on The Elusive Samurai, where I found out what an excellent animator he is. His drafting skills and techniques fostered over the length of his career are impressive, of course, but when you factor in his drawing speed, his broad perspective not limited by his drafts, and his good sense, he's just overall a very talented animator. He helped and taught me a lot during our time together on Elusive Samurai. Thank you very much. That was really good. Yusei Komoto, that was really good because it was short, but also really cool. Oh, so apparently they're a big working fan. We now get to Futon, who likes Yamasusu. Did you know I now own Yamasusu Nendos? I managed to get those for Christmas. I can't believe I got gifted those. I'm so glad. I'm so happy. I've got them in my cabinet upstairs. I'm so happy. I love them so much. Anyway, should we get through this one? Now, I'm not sure if you lot have noticed, but this is in alphabetical order, apart from Kevin at the end, because he's the final boss. I'm only on F. I'm only on F. I'm on F. Actually, I'm not sure this is alphabetical order, because Fed's like later on. So like, I don't know. Is it alphabetical order? I don't know. Maybe not. I don't know. It's not even in like word order. It's all over the place. Come on, guys. Let's organize this. Anyway, best episode is Puniru is a Cute Slime episode 7. The show that I need to watch. Let's find out why. The dynamic duo of China and Noriyuki Imaoka strikes back. Can hear the Star Wars theme playing in the background. This power couple... Yeah, I know. Not alphabetical, bad news, not half done. Great, thanks, Kevin, for the what's it called? Motivation. Yeah. Born during the amazing series that is Yama no Susume. Where both study under Yusuke Matsuo, has been working on many projects together. Like in this case, this usually involves China as the director and Imaoka as the animation supervisor or the main animator. From its first section, Puniru episode 7 is one of the liveliest episodes of TV anime I've ever seen. It invokes the vibes of brilliant short-form anime from about 10 years ago, such as the aforementioned Yamasusu, Oya-san wa Shishunki. Yeah, got that. And or Mahoi, to no surprise. You can really tell it's 11:30, guys. China took part in all of those. The age of shorts as a creative outlet for many great animators and directors is long past, but this episode brings back that nostalgia, a specific set of skills, and the freedom that characterized them. You can feel the short anime background of the staff, even from the way the episode is constructed. It's a series of 4 or 5 shorter stories, slightly connected by an overarching theme of summer. It's a bit like, you know that episode of The Simpsons with steamed hams in it? Probably like that. I'm just guessing here. With each skit focusing on a different aspect from a directorial standpoint. Extra loose animation for a story about characters literally melting from heat is just one example of the amusing execution of that concept. You have exaggerated comedic animation, dumb faces, and abstract jokes counterweighted by skillful storytelling and drawings. A perfect mix for a highlight of the year, and that's what Puniru episode 7 is. Go watch it, please. Futon, thank you. I will go watch it. Not now, though. I have to still read. The best show is UFO Season 3. UFO Season 3 is the stunning finale to Kumiko's story. I have to admit, I'm not the biggest fan of the preceding ensemble contest special. Therefore, I was worried about how the last season would feel without some of the core staff members from past TV series and movies. Don't get me wrong, I trust KyoAni to adapt my own life. Wow. Okay. KyoAni to adapt a person's life. Damn. KyoAni could adapt anybody's life, let's be honest here. But there was still that little worry in the back of my head. However, from the first episode, I already knew it was unwarranted and the staff taking over knew what they were doing. Taichi Ogawa as the new assistant series director and all the new storyboarders, episode directors have blown me away. Mei Isai is so good. The tale they were entrusted with felt like a big roller coaster. As a viewer, I went through every emotion with no time to breathe, like I am reading this, which ultimately turned into a nerve-wracking, impactful experience. I'm sure it tested the staff in new ways. But like Kumiko herself, they grew with every episode, up until the breathtaking finale. Special mention goes to the even more intricate instrument design and corrections. This franchise's commitment to this aspect will never stop being impressive and unmatched. In the end, not only is UFO my anime of the year, it's also probably my favourite title from the studio. Having reached this point, it feels both incredibly fulfilling and sad to see the story complete. Best movie, Uma Musume, Pretty Derby, beginning of a new era. I'm beginning to sense a theme getting through this article. Everyone likes Leaf, the guy from Canada who leafs around and leafs and Leaf. 2 movies battled for my heart. I love the writing. I love this so much. I'm not going to say this in 2 hours' time, though. One about colours as a theme, and the second one with my favourite use of colours this year. I will have to watch both of them a couple of times more to make the decision that I can stand by. For now, that's not possible, as Naoko Yamada's The Colours Within is not available outside of theatres yet. For now then, I will talk about Uma Musume, Beginning of a New Era instead, because you can watch that outside of theatres. I consider both of them to be the greatest of 2024, but the unavailability to rewatch one of them made this a temporary decision for me. The Uma Musume movie was always advertised as an animation tour de force, snappy and powerful, as everything that Ken Leaf Yamamoto, its director, touches. Kevin, please, do not double it again. I don't want 80,000 words. Stop. Please stop. The second aspect of this movie... Oh no, I didn't read the rest of that bit. Shoot. To no one's surprise, the animation staff was out of this world. Man, they've got like aliens to work on this film. Damn. Do you have a favorite animator from Yamamoto's energetic generation of artists? Dunno. I don't know them. Probably. If the answer is yes, rejoice! They were most likely in this movie. The second strongest aspect of this movie, which you may already suspect by my preface, was the colour use. I've never seen a film that changes its colour script so often while still fitting the text like a glove or a mitten. Like that animator from earlier that was an honourable... Were they an honourable mention? Oh, what was that guy again? Oh, I laughed about their names. They were very funny. Mitten was one of them. Whatever. You can imagine a colour, and it probably has had a specific scene smartly built around it, instead of an emotion strictly dictating the scene's colour. For example, red for dramatism and blue for calm moments. Yamamoto tried to prove that all colours are able to fit any type of emotion. In one scene, green can be associated with loss and sadness, But in another, with anticipation and hope, it changed how I read every scene, and I loved that. I would never suspect that Uma Musume would be a franchise with the most colourful movie of the year, but having seen this one, I would pay anything to see the colour scripts and image boards for it. I'm sure it will pop up on Mercari or Yahoo Auctions eventually. It will probably do that eventually. The best opening is Windbreaker Opening. I've never heard of this show. I haven't heard a lot of things, so yeah, please enlighten me. Tomohisa Taguchi is a fascinating creator with one of the strongest visual styles I have ever seen. It's frankly hard to miss his neon colours and clashing highlights. If you've ever experienced works like Akudama Drive, Natsue no Tunnel, Sayonara no Deguchi, or even Bleach 1000-Year Blood War, oh, finally, the Sakugabowl fans are going to be like okay with this article because Bleach was mentioned. You all know what I mean. Yeah, thankfully, Kevin's all right. He's not going to get an angry mob after him after this. Just me. Generally, his openings follow the same style, all vibrant and garish. However, this year, he was tasked with an opening for a show that differs greatly from his own style, Windbreaker. With its bleaker look, mostly grey with darker greens and browns, it's a far cry from what Taguchi is a natural fit for. Rather than bending it to his will, he adapted to the show's style and its direction by drawing inspiration from one of its most influential creators in this space, Shingo Yamashita. Also, I just need to mention, Bleach fans do not actually read, so they probably would not notice. So, like, you know, they probably haven't even got this far in the article. Unlike me, someone built very strongly, you know, who has gotten roughly 33 to 40% of the way through. Yama has already influenced many creators. In particular, when it comes to crafting opening sequences, Ryohei Takashita, openings for Yonokura, Jellyfish Can't Swim in the Night, and Oshinoko Season 2. Tetsuro Araki, Spy Family opening, Blue Box opening, and even debutants like Toru Iwazawa and his opening for Orb, On the Movements of the Earth. This tends to involve heavy attention is put on compositing the light. With dust particles floating in the air and glittering, cross dissolves as the primary transition technique between scenes and, hey, it's that irotore again, often using white as a way to elevate the edge light on characters. That really is the word of the year. They're appealing concepts that come together to form a style I love. But what's even more interesting is how all those directors take it and make it their own. This is to say that even then, Taguchi is still Taguchi. He wants those striking colours and he needs his bright highlights. To find a balance in this case, he compromises by making them part of this more grounded aesthetic. Instead of making the primary colour of a scene red, as he would in Akudama or Bleach, he instead utilises diegetic elements that exist in the background. For example, a blinking red light or a blue umbrella are allowed, need an E in there, to cast these highlights onto characters. Taguchi is a brilliant creator, and not the one-trick director I would have suspected before. He could have gone his usual route and made a colourful chaos that doesn't look like the show itself, as many anime openings do nowadays. However, he adapted and took inspiration from another director, while also adding his own spin on top. I hope to see both sides of him from now on. Having a look at the chart. Yeah, cool. Yep. All right. Yeah. Wall Street Journal nerds. Oh no, I mean Weekly Shonen Jump nerds. Yeah, they're weird. Definitely not me. Ain't got time to watch any of those things. The Elusive Samurai. Let me preface by saying I hate Elusive Samurai's writing with a passion. Thank God it's in best aesthetic then. It might not be the nicest thing to say in an article celebrating the year, but it puts into perspective how impressive his aesthetics are for me to be celebrating it regardless. Wow, I didn't expect the venom in this article. Damn. It's now harder than ever to single out any shows based on color use. So it catches your eye when a show mixes pastel blues and greens with saturated reds and purples like Elusam does. Elusam. That's a funny shortening. Elusam. Bold and confident. It got an experimental edge and yet also a classic understanding of what ought to work. And this describes everything about this show's visuals, not only the colours. It cycles through styles multiple times per episode, different approaches to drawings and paintings, modulations of realism and whimsical. The show has it all. Even the show's amazing Blu-ray covers embody everything I've just mentioned. However, as much as every frame is a picture, the actual experience of watching Elusam is a type of chaos that I don't find very enjoyable. Experimenting is fine, but if there's no cohesion, it can end up feeling directionless. From a fully superficial standpoint, this show is a masterpiece, but one I would rather experience through screenshots and borrowed uploads, which, you know, stuff. Oh. Great. Great. You kind of did it too. Wow, thanks for spoiling me about your long-last 10K segment, please. Best animation designs. Look back. Kiyotaka Oshiyama. Yeah, I really regret not having actually watched Look Back yet. Because it's sold out, not because I didn't want to. It's because it's sold out and I couldn't watch it. Because it's sold out and I couldn't watch it in the cinema. Sorry. Look Back is a one-in-a-lifetime project that would never work in TV. Kiyotaka Oshiyama's designs are intricate yet animation-friendly, simple yet requiring a lot of skill. It's such a fine line to tread that I'm not surprised Oshiyama himself had to supervise almost the entire movie himself, while the rest of the team was up, of some of the best artists whom he could trust to follow his path. The decision to complete the look of the movie by leaning into rough and even line work evoking the main theme, manga, drawing, art itself, was a brilliant move. It's also not something we will see much more of as it's done by hand by animators, and it directly contradicts the anime production pipeline. I can only imagine how much extra work not being able to scan and process line work is. Thank you, Futon, for your section. Really good. We're now on Fede. You can ping Fede, you can tell them that I'm on their bit now. I do wonder how much they've written here. Let's talk about Fede very quickly while I pour a nice glass of water for myself. Fede is now a studio founder of Buta Productions. Buta in English means pig. So it's Pig Productions. Pig Productions. Honestly, I think Pig Productions is a really good name as well. It's got that alliteration. But Buta Productions it is. Buta Pro. And it says new. Because, you know, it is important. We need to know that Fede has founded this studio. Fede is also a translator, an international production coordinator. This is true. Has coordinated me on several anime at this point, notably Wonder Egg Priority. I remember being probably the first one. I'm not too sure on that one. You might have to correct me on that one. Savior of Doomed Projects. Again, Wonder Egg Priority was one of those doomed projects. Fede really has it all. Again, big respect to Fede. I am glad to read your part of the article. We are roughly 40% in. The time is currently 11:49 UK time. Let's go. Best episode is Puniru is a Cute Slime, episode 7. I wouldn't say this episode really felt as cinematic as previous China outings, nor did it flaunt as much Sakuga power. Instead, it felt like what moving manga could be, like if you idealize that concept, an awareness of the potential of that idea, unleashing it through screen composition and timing unburdened by the influence of older forms of paneling coming from comics and illustrations. The more perspective-oriented framing felt more isometric than volumetric in a way, and I found that choice particularly captivating. It depicts daily life scenes in a way that isn't necessarily connected with real-life camera work using real-life lens, thus allowing something more akin to spiritual rendition of the subject matter. In this regard, the less detailed and rounder animation supervision did an incredible job of de-animating the character behaviors. Otherwise, those may have felt a bit uncanny with Noriyuki Imaoka, my foot went to sleep there, usual approach to supervision, which, while not being the most anatomical, is still quite intricate. While I think it might be early to tell whether China's Naoko Yamada era is over or not, they demonstrated a high level, of proficiency, with so many more different visual tropes and ideas. At this point, it would be fair to start looking at them as one of the innovators of this medium, rather than anyone's follower. Someone who's trying to see what anime has not yet done, rather than simply a talented and dedicated young director who's in love with a world of anime that doesn't exist anymore. That really was Kino, wasn't it? A special type of Kino even, but not Kino Productions. I don't think they were actually working on this show. You can correct me though, if Kino Productions did actually work on it. Girls Band Cry was the best show of 2024. There's no denying that Girls Band Cry builds on top of the legacy of other, perhaps more drama-heavy titles about girls playing music. Because there's a lot of things about girls playing music. Bang Dream, first of them all. Nevertheless, I really enjoyed the interesting mix between the genuine elements of universal human drama and the specific depiction of hurdles that Japanese Generation Z individuals will find so relatable, that struggle to find a path for themselves in these troublesome times, spiced up with more heartwarming, comedic aspects that at times felt very slapsticky and at times almost subtle. In this sense, while the composition wasn't perfect, the fact that they didn't give me a Rupa episode made me cry. I don't know. I'm not sure who Rupa is, but okay. Anyway, it felt explosive in a way I hadn't seen in a while when it comes to CGDC, as in cute girls doing cool things, not Washington, D.C. If you think about it from a theme color perspective for this genre space, rather than feeling like Nina's boisterous nature is an out-of-pocket depiction of superficial angst and anger, it feels closer to an expansion of the attributes we associated with those red protagonists. Sentai reference there, hopefully. She adds a dash of chaos and juvenile bursts of anger to the clumsiness and straightforward will of the Haruka Amami. We love Haruka, Haru, and Honoka Kosaka, and everyone who's preceded them. Only time will tell, but this could be a breaking of the mold in favour of more harmony-breaking leads like her to enter the stage in the years to come. Additionally, the animation did a great job supporting the general atmosphere the show wanted to push over the individual character interactions. I found that to be a smart move that differentiated it within the current era of 3D projects. On a more technical front, I appreciated the work that went into modelling individual mouths for the singing to achieve a more 2D for the serious climactic moments. The timing choices themselves didn't feel like they were trying to mimic a specific model, but rather attempting to achieve the best of both worlds when it comes to stylization. Which is to say, blending together traditional 2D anime concepts with the kind of timing tropes that you'd see on cheaper 3D and indie projects, where the lack of realism becomes so funny that it's endearing. In the beginning, I wasn't feeling the lighting direction that much. You know, as you do. It felt a bit too chaotic and overly intense on the broader screen, but not being punitive enough, not puniru enough, on the 3D materials may be what 3D anime really lacked until now. Not sure, just a thought. One day, I'd love to make characters like Nina and Momoka. They're very cute girls, but they're very real ones, aren't they? Is that them? I'm not sure if that's them. I haven't watched it, but maybe that's them. I don't know. Best movie, look back. I need to take a drink for this bit. Because I've just looked at that first sentence. Anyway, well, the first time I watched Look Back, I cried 5 times. And I'm crying even right now while trying to write something about it. 6 times. A work able to depict creation as a beautiful curse rather than a blessing is something that I believe has value in and of itself. What made Kiyotaka Oshiyama and Tatsuki Fujimoto's Child truly special, though, was the way the directorial and animation choices felt so deliberately in their expression of that idea. Within them, you can feel the expression. Despite being a curse, making art is so beautiful that us creators are oftentimes willing to sacrifice our happiness and well-being for it. There is so much to appreciate about the connection between Haruka Nakamura's music and the low-profile colours, the almost geometric structure that's full of reiterative payoffs, and how even the story itself was elevated by the painstaking temporal balance in the storyboard between rapid still montages and longer emotional shots. We are talking about a movie brilliant enough that at its mathematical centre places a shot with the 2 protagonists, one in the first half of the movie and the other one in the second half, those corresponding to the focus as well. It's the type of film where every single detail is worth obsessing over. But doing so here might be out of place. Every time I rewatch Look Back, it becomes a moment of self-discovery and vulnerability. It's incredibly accessible through its universal language of raw cinema, but at the same time, it's really painful, like every great piece of art should be. In the end, I think it won't necessarily be an era-defining movie. This is not to say that it won't deserve to be, but rather that being thoroughly influenced by someone like Oshiyama, who can make an entire film of majestic quality, mostly on his own, is rather complicated, especially in the current environment. Even if anime were to die altogether tomorrow, which is likely, it could happen at any moment, to be honest. Though I feel like the medium might have been able to accomplish one of its ultimate goals with such a definitive metatext about the act of creation. If an alien descends right now and asks me what the hell art is supposed to be and why we should care about it, I might just show them this film. I feel like they would morph into a Sakugabowl user on the spot. I could write about this movie all this, but out of consideration of the people who have to edit and publish this piece, I call it a day here. Fed it. Like, my friend, what? What happened? But out of consideration of me, think about me. Think about me. The editors, look, they've done their work. Me. Anyway, best opening. Too many losing heroines. Naka Ine OP. I'll calm down. I really hope that A1 Pictures, Seisaku folks, will not read this one thinking that I'm somehow happy with them. You can be thankful I am not one of those people. I'm still annoyed about what I just read, to be honest. For the record, we're still enemies, and we will face each other in that battlefield that is the anime industry. However, I really appreciated the stance this opening seemed to take, compared to modern sequences that tend to feel super artsy while still remaining conservative in their choice, not execution of methodology. I'd put the recent One Piece opening in that camp. This piece wasn't afraid of feeling naif. Naif? Naif. Oi, Naif. Did you... Naif. Do you know any Nathans? I knew a few Nathans. I haven't seen them in a long time though. I don't know any Nathans right now though. Dirty. Or even amateurish in places. But its great range of colour designs, inspired typography, and especially the trace backgrounds, it achieves the appealing indie feeling. But it's not as if it has no muscles to flex. I was really impressed by the exorbitant amount of strange production design choices that this opening did consciously. For one, they clearly understood how the lack of character outline in certain cuts could blend together with the Rakugaki-ish fonts at the start. I have never heard of a font being described as Rakugaki. Excuse me? I must consult the font people that I am aware of, that Rakugaki can be used as a description for a font, but I digress. For another, they also knew the more outline-heavy characters in the latter parts would feel appropriate, but only with the addition of nonsensical geometrical shapes within the picture and their indie flair for the backgrounds. At points, those instead featured shapes that were way more reminiscent of the very surgical work of Eizin Suzuki. What a style. Makaina was really kino, wasn't it? I don't know, I haven't watched it. Nevertheless, prepare yourselves, A1. One day, we will win. I've gone up the A1, actually, you know. I'm sure many other people who are watching this have gone up the A1. Probably gone past Peterborough or Leeds. No, that's the M1. No. There's a few other places the A1 goes to. Yeah, so, best ending. It's Makaina ending too. And I've got to read this bit out now too. Wow. It ain't long though. I was already a big fan of how Kasen was able to blend a minimalist production design with the kind of shapes that someone like Tetsuya Nishio would draw when he was entrusted with the final Attack on Titan ending. And boy, was that the final one. And yet, he keeps on improving. This was a peculiar cocktail, blending the eros of vulnerable self-discovery approaching adulthood with the energetic yet delicate charm of Lemon as a character. I'm sorry, they called a character Lemon. I didn't know this. Lemon, huh? This exploration is remarkable with its technical emphasis to achieve a feeling that I wouldn't describe as pervy or voyeuristic, but rather warm and pure. And you know, that's an achievement for... What do you mean OBS just... Okay, OBS just reconnected. Right, hopefully that didn't mean that the thing is broken. Oh dear. I will cut it with the technical appreciation of a fictional girl's animated body though. Wouldn't want to be crucified over this, would I? Best music video. Woo. Snail's House Utakata. It was really... Yeah, just lagged. Oh, thank God. Right. The power of the gigabit connection, everyone. It was really motivational to witness Raparu. Kevin, I'm telling you now, no, I am not reading this over from the beginning. Be quiet. It was really motivational to witness Raparu approaching a more bucolic. Bucolic? That's a new one. Setting. Bucolic, huh? That's a new one. I'm learning so many words. An atmosphere in the Utakata music video. Yeah, Raparu is well known for being a friend of mine on the Nintendo Switch system, the thing I watch YouTube on. I think they've forgotten they added me as a friend, actually. Right, with less of a focus on the effects animation side of things. This time, the emphasis wasn't so much what is happening frame by frame on the cell layer, but rather the combination between the background style, the compositing, and the specific colours of the cell layer. While I've never considered production design to be Raparu's forte, I was really impressed with its soft solar punk, many new words today, depiction of current day Japan. Solar punk. Wow. You could even pinpoint big influences and references to the post-impressionist era of painting in the second half. Really refreshing stuff. Utakata was Kino, wasn't it? You really keep asking this question, don't you? I really hope Raparu will keep experimenting with different elements of the animated whole. Lovely. Right. We all love Raparu, guys. We all love Raparu. Raparu, you'll never sing that. You know, one day there will be a football chant about Raparu. Fede does embody Kino. I absolutely agree. Best aesthetic is Look Back. Have you heard of this movie by the name of Look Back? One sec. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Wow, really have to scroll back for some Look Back. Really, oh, I'm not doing that. This is a stupid joke. I'm not looking back. Sorry. The sort of unfinished layout look of certain coloured drawings drew many people into its aesthetic. Personally, though, what enamoured me was the usage of colour tracing, irotore, there it is again, only in small segments of the outlines to depict rim lights. This completely bypasses the technical issues of the more showy lighting you might see in shows like Bleach, The 1,000-Year Blood War, Bleach, The 1,000-Year Door, which oftentimes feel like they project a phony cinematic aura rather than reinforcing a depiction of a physical... Now the Bleach fans are going to be angry, because look what Fede did. Fede said something bad about Bleach. Anyway, in general, the way that Hiroshite and the Shiage guides, means of colour design and guidance, for its usage felt like they were trying to improve the accomplishments of early digital era anime colour palettes, using Oshiyama's top-notch shape design skills as the springboard to enable even the boldest choices. A lot of them are accomplishments that theoretically could have been done even in 2001, but at the same time, they feel born out of a current contrarian spirit. There's a desire to give more dignity to individual flat colours over the kind of more cumbersome effects that are tied to modern compositing techniques, which is a positively reactionary mindset that would have been harder to justify in the past. It's not necessarily the best approach in a vacuum, but within this movie's context of emphasizing the drawings themselves as mandated by the subject matter, this was the way to go. Maya Kusumoto deserves more credit. She really did a really great job, didn't she? If I watched the video, I might have actually done that. So, you know. Moving on. Wait a minute. Best animation designs Look Back. Look, previous people combined this section. Come on. I have to look back again. The Look Back Appreciation Tour continues. When it comes to the design work, I really like the way hands were depicted throughout the movie. A combination of shapes that felt very reminiscent of the Studio Ghibli Yasuo Otsuka school and newer tendencies, giving unexpected forms of articulation when it's their time to shine. For example, one key example would be their behaviour during Fujino's run in the first half of the movie, or their behaviour in the scene with her assistants. I also loved how many bold moves were made to diminish the total line count, even to the point of allowing certain drawings to feel quite radical, because Kiyotaka Oshiyama cared that little about properly defined outlines. The raw feeling the art always emanates is something that doesn't always land for me. Can't say I'm in love with the depiction of Kyomoto's disheveled hair, much as I appreciate Oshiyama's confidence as an artist. He doesn't really need much shading or detail to construct an excellent drawing. All it takes is a few well-placed lines, in a way that feels familiar to all the Kagenashi enjoyers, even when he does add a degree of shading to his pieces. On a more narrative level, it was soul-consuming to all appreciate how different Fujino's lips and chin were for Kyomoto's. Even when using almost the same visual language, these incredibly small variations are enough to give Fujino this distinct actress-like feeling that elevates her characterization in conjunction with her personality. In contrast, those opposite choices gave Kyomoto this blob-like cuteness that wasn't pretty in a straightforward way, but made her endearing in the same way a puppy would be. A lot of godly animators settle on a definite style after a certain age, but Oshiyama keeps inventing and discovering new stuff. He's really a drawing nerd, isn't he? Moving on. Honey and Clover winning the Non-Contemporary Work Award. I've also just peeked down at my Discord and I've got 5 notifications. I don't know what's going on, but I've probably done something very bad. I'm so sorry. If you are pinging me right now on Discord, I am not reading your messages. Bad enough I'm reading all this. So anyway, Honey and Clover. I'm going to confess the truth. Back in the day, I only watched the episodes dominated by Tetsuya Takeuchi's animation. How could you? Absolute terrible crime. While those do stand out, I now realise my mistake. Good. I haven't watched it yet. This show is so good. It increased my appreciation of Takahiko Yoshida, one of the greatest sakan of the beginning of the new century, supervising the animation with a minimalist yet realistic touch that is very appealing. Your reward for finishing is Kimi-Pri stuff. I don't care about Kimi-Pri, please. Right now, what could I possibly learn about that? I already know the stuff. It got leaked. So I don't care. Unless there's some weird surprise, I don't know, Studio Dean is really doing Studio Dean stuff. I don't know. Anyway, where was I? Very appealing. However, my greatest nerdy prize out of the show was the realization that Kenichi Kasai, someone who rarely comes up in the conversations about the greatest directors, actually held massive influence among the more demure. Wow. Demure gets mentioned in this. Wow. Demure and Shutsu crowd of the 2010s. Damn, he used the word. Demure. Good lord. Right, that deserves a drink. You can blame the editor for that one. Is that you? Is that you, Mr. Kevin? Or were you the editor? Or was it Omar that was the editor? Who do I blame? Please tell me. That influence is channeled. That influence is channeled through the likes of Tatsuyuki Nagai and other younger, more introspective directors who trend towards screen compositions that resemble well put together evening TV dramas than TV anime. The show even toys with digital tools in a very mature way for its time. It gives a hazy, unshapely feeling to it that I didn't get from the source material, which I believe elevates the more contemplative moments. That gives a more unpredictable yet very placid tone to the narrative beats in a series that is already one of the most interesting depictions of uncertainty of young adulthood, and that of artists too. I really hope Morita, the great man who introduced Canada K animation in the American visual effects industry, is doing well these days. I heard that they're facing a difficult time, aren't they? Creator Discovery, Soto Ueno, Motoki Nakanishi, and Yoshiaki Yanagida. Right, so Fede has 3 creator discoveries. Reminder to all people writing on this. Creator is singular. Singular. One. Thank you. Anyway, let's read all of the creator discoveries. Plural. It's Sota Ueno again, and Motoki Nakanishi. 2 relatively young directors that I believe have potential to bring Inshutsu-focused anime back. Now, let me tell you about this show called Wonderful Precure. It's actually been pretty good for that, so do watch that if you haven't done so already. Even if their debut works, Gimai Seikatsu and Koi wa Futogo de Waikirenai, respectively, were hindered by their environments, their efforts were a pleasant surprise nonetheless. We're together with them in this fight to bring spiritual, elegant, non-muscular Kino back. Never change, Fede, please. On a completely different end, Yoshiaki Yanagida is someone I was aware of, but whose greatness I only recently processed. While I'd watched plenty of his designs in motion before, it took until now to realise how his design sense can elevate entire works. It's someone who has turned relatively boring projects into very appealing end products on his own, on the basis of his wonderful sense of shape balance. Excuse me. The fact that he's still so active within Ajirador is incredibly impressive given he's just 1 year younger than my dad. I really want to thank him for his hard work. I don't know how old your dad is, Fede. I don't know how old your dad is. Huh? I don't know, Dad. It is midnight. Man, like, I don't know how old your dad is. Ugh. Right, we got HEY. Now, if you've ever watched Full Moon or Sagoshite, you would know that the main romantic interest in that show is Eichi. We called him H because, I don't know, it was a kind of a joke we had. But HEY is not related to that at all. So that is Hayato Kunisada, a production desk aiming for animation producer at Sai Games Pictures, an ascended Sakuga otaku. Do you write loads, HEY? Let's find out. Your best episode was Dandadan episode 7. Dandadan episode 7 features Shuto Enomoto as storyboarder and animation director, Kotaro Matsunaga as episode director, and Hana Okutani as assistant animation director. By having Enomoto on that dual role of storyboarding and supervision, then entrusting Matsunaga entirely with the episode direction, they were able to supervise the quality of the entire episode's layouts and final footage, which I felt was the best decision. Also, I find it remarkable how both Okutani and Kana Ito, acquaintances from the production of Tengoku Daimakyo, Heavenly Delusion, participated in the episode through Enomoto. Having such animators in charge of important cuts work on the layout stage likely led to a drastic increase in quality, and speaking as a production assistant, I believe having the in-between and finishing animation work done as much in Japan as possible resulted in a higher aesthetic quality. Finally, it wasn't just the animation, but the combined effort, including the background art, the 3D background animation before the opening even kicked in, and the performances from the voice actors that gave us the pinnacle of excellence. Seems like there's a lot of discussion on where Precure is airing. Is Precure on Sky Go? It's on ITV. Are we still remembering that one time when I edited the ITVX app to say that Hirogaru Sky was on there? It never was on there. That was me editing the web page. I'm so sorry if you got tricked by that. That was me. I'm sorry. Um, the best show is Yubisaki to Renren, a sign of affection. From my point of view, its greatest strength is clear. By having the series director, Ajida Do's Yuta Murano, as storyboarder for all the episodes, as well as episode director for 3 of them, it gives the entire series a precious sense of cohesion. He understands the manga well, so even when fans of the original watch the anime, nothing serves as unwanted noise. You can naturally grasp the characters' personalities and the events of the story, which you don't see that often. Also, shout out to the effort of gathering Ajida Do's Yuki Nishioka, Ebiko Endo, Kazue Tamari, and Kaneko Suji to serve as chief animation directors, while Yoshiaki Yanagida, Masaya Fujimori, and Yuki Miyamoto were assembled to be sign language animators. Wow. They did that? That's really cool, actually. I believe that having Ajida Do veterans support the production by animating the sign language, a key point of the series, was also very important. Moving on. The best movie was Look Back, and it's only 1 paragraph. I'm just doing a good dance in my chair, because it's like, yes, 1 paragraph. Let's read it. Anyway, I'm sure a lot of people will share this appreciation for Look Back. No kidding. The audience came with high expectations as an anime adaptation of a Tatsuki Fujimoto one-shot, and the adaptation answers them. I know Look Back had a lot of high expectation because I know lots of Kiyotaka Oshiyama fans, but, you know, go figure. Technically, it reaches a high level of quality in all areas, including animation, backgrounds, color designs, and compositing. But more importantly, it adapts the manga's story to work as a feature film with a perfect runtime that doesn't wear out its welcome, allowing those who watched it in theatres to feel its emotional impact right until the final credits roll. I feel that this was possible thanks to Kiyotaka Oshiyama's wonderful talents as a director. Best opening and ending. The elusive samurai opening and the elusive samurai ending. Both the opening and ending of Elusan feature energetic animation of the characters sing to catchy songs. Instead of relying too much on post-processing, the animation, backgrounds and colours were all pleasantly in balance, resulting in an opening and ending that makes you want to watch and listen to them over and over. Nice and quick. Best aesthetic. It's UFO Season 3. This 3rd season of UFO arrived 8 years after Season 2. Not only that, but it's an anime adaptation in the hands of an effectively new KyoAni. Despite this, it maintains the same level of quality as the movies in Season 2, and not only for the animation and direction, it hits excellence in all departments, from the background art both in studio and from Anime Kobo Basara. The color designs by Akio Takeda and the post-processing team led by Kazuya Takao, everything remains similarly excellent. Completing these 13 episodes to such standards must have required no small amount of effort. Best animation designs. We got Maka in it and Licorico, which I did watch in 2024. I actually watched a recent anime that isn't Precure. I watched that last year. It was great. Well done. The best animation designs, Imi Gimuru was responsible for the original character designs for Makaine, Too Many Losing Heroines, where he brought into the world a variety of heroine paradigms. This was on the heels of Licorice Recoil, where he acted as the actual animation designer. In both cases, he shows an ability to make all his heroines appealing and distinctive. He's given both the original authors and anime watchers so much to enjoy, which I find wonderful. By the way, I watched Licorico for one reason, and it wasn't the reason you probably think it is. It's because of the Vissel Kobe collaboration they had last year. That's the reason why I watched it. It's because of football. I watched it because of football. I'm sorry. But then it ended up being a great show, so, you know. More things should collab with football teams in Japan. I'm just saying. The non-contemporary work award is Scorching Ping Pong Girls. Scorching Ping Pong Girls is a show that people should definitely check out. unfortunately, every single time we've had it on Group Watch Poll, it never wins. Maybe eventually it will actually win, and it will actually get there in the end. Yeah, okay, it's full of talented storyboarders and episode directors. You can start running down with series director Yasuhiro Irie, sorry, who handled 8 episodes, assisted by the likes of Kaori on 3 of them, and Hiroshi Ikehata leading an episode 2. I just gave up and watched it myself. I know, it's been years, I'm sorry. You know, these things go on forever. Their scouting ability is demonstrated by the fact that the show features a lot of animation from folks who nowadays are entrusted with leading roles. We have Takushi Koide, Hiroyuki Saita, Satoshi Mori, and even Shiori Tani. Their work takes no shortcuts for the main draw of the series. Its ping-pong scenes, which are a real delight to experience, I think it's a must-watch for people who have just recently gotten into animation. And the creator discovery is Shin Young Lee. In the year 2024, Shin Young Lee is an animator that I got to work with as a production assistant. He's skilled at character acting and works hard as an animator, never neglecting his daily practice through sketches. I believe he'll become an animator to keep your eye on in the future. I'm actually kind of surprised that HEY, someone who is from the industry, actually wrote a lot. A lot in comparison to most of them. So, yeah, thank you for that. All good. We now get to Omar, who's up next. Believes that Love Cobra is real, send help. Love Cobra. I've watched... If you do want to watch something related to Cobra, you can watch Space Cobra. Like, you know, like, watch Space Cobra. Like, Space Cobra is excellent. Watch Space Cobra. Rest in peace, Build. Now, Kevin, may I ask, is this the second longest? Because I know Chi is third, and you're first. So I'm guessing that Omar is second. I am guessing that is the case. I wouldn't be surprised if Omar is number 2 in the list of people who said I'm first. Oh. Right, now I know who to blame, huh? Okay, right, so... Now, Omar, right, in the lead up to this, has apologized profusely to me on several occasions, probably because they know that this is going to be very, very long. How much water have I got left in the jug? About half a jug left. We're okay. We're okay. I got half a glass here. Yeah, I'm just drinking straight water here. Oh, man. Okay. Time at the moment is 29 past midnight UK time. It is the 5th of January here. We continue. We keep going with Omar's section, who may have the longest section. Do you have Freddo's too? No, I've got Lindor chocolate. I haven't got them with me because I thought I might be able to be okay. I'm not hungry. Like, I'm very thirsty. I want to drink lots of water because that keeps me going, like, when I'm reading all this. Yeah, we can actually afford Freddo's, like, even though they have gone up in price by like 200% or something. Anyway, look, I need to read this. So, Omar's section. Again, watch Space Cobra. Put the credits on, whatchamacallit? drawing a blank here. Keyframe, that place. Yep. Woo. Okay. The best episode was UFO Season 3, Episode 12, Puniru is a Cute Slime, Episode 7, and One Piece Fan Letter. Now, look, Chi, who is third place, right? At least only, from what I actually know, Chi actually had quite a lot of episodes. So no. Okay. Let's go. It is keyframe. Anyway. UFO Season 3, Episode 12 contains the narrative climax of not only what this season had been building up, but the entire series as well. I'm one sentence in. Of course, the whole episode is excellently animated and directed, but the emotional climax at the end of the episode reaches new heights and delivers an intense mix of emotions that I will never forget nor stop crying about. Yeah, when I get to that, I'll probably be the same way, actually. Oh. Well, Kevin, I'm not surprised. He did watch, like, a lot of anime last year. So, not surprised. Anyway, the impact of this scene was only possible thanks to the combination of multiple factors. The visual staging, for one, is directly taken from a very known and beloved moment in Season 1, which this time serves as an effective and painful contrast to the events that unfolded in this episode. The emotive animation of Kumiko and Reina by Tomomi Sato has a huge impact, mainly because their body language and facial expressions feel real, and not just due to its ambitious and well-executed character animation. Props to the staff at KyoAni for not pulling any punches, and even deviating from the source material to achieve maximum emotional damage to the audience. And this article is delivering maximal emotional damage to me. Definitely the episode that had the biggest emotional impact on me in 2024. On the other hand, Puniru wa Kawaii Slime, Episode 7, deserves a spot here due to its commitment to a single, simple goal. Fun. It was a delight to see China, who served as storyboarder and episode director, successfully apply his style to a fun and light-hearted series like Puniru. I feel this is a side I haven't seen from him before, because the episodes he directed in the past are more on the emotional nuance side, though general audience and even Sakuga fans tend to appreciate dramatic and action showcases more. This episode's commitment to fun and loose animation deserves to be celebrated in equal manner. I feel like showcases like this are becoming rarer in TV anime. And luckily, you can read more about it in an article posted on this site. No, I'm not doing that now. So here is to more fun Sakuga Kai in the future. Finally, let me add, I'm definitely not qualified to discuss One Piece at length. That's good right now, actually. As someone who's only seen about 5 episodes of the series, I don't feel so bad watching 575 now. Despite that, my inclusion of fan letter goes to show how universal its appeal is. What Megumi Ishitani and Keisuke Sotimori achieved is truly sensational. You can enjoy this even without previous knowledge of the series, so go watch it if you haven't yet. Bit busy at the moment. Honourable mentions. Other awesome episodes that I want to at least give a shout out include Shuto Enomoto's amazing storyboard debut in Dan Da Dan, Episode 7, Tatsuya Yoshihara's grandiose opener in Sue no Tsurugi no Historia, Episode 1, and Masahiro Tokomaru's storyboard and episode director debut in Bokyaku Battery 11. Moving on. Is that 2 shows? Yeah, I think that's 2. You got UFO Season 3 and Yubisaki in Torenren, A Sign of Affection. Not content with featuring my favourite episode of the year, UFO Season 3 also went and sat at the very top of my 2024 anime. And yet you still decided to write about another one. Every episode felt standout and properly built up to the conclusion of the series. It helps a lot that this season stood on the foundation set by the also excellent 2 first seasons. But it delivers an experience of its own that makes it stand on the same level as previous seasons, regardless of which one is your favourite. What I find so appealing about this series is how it convincingly establishes its characters as actual people, each with a distinct set of body language, expressions and goals, and places them in conflicts that arise in the school's brass band club. This season's main conflict is intrinsically tied to the 2 main characters and the brass band club. And the way it slowly but unsubtly develops it, it made me simultaneously fear and crave the impending. In the end, the resolution to such conflict was logical but emotionally impactful. Another standout aspect of this season is that it depicts the third-year students' struggles, or lack thereof, regarding their future after graduation. I could write more, but at this point, I could write more. No, you're not. But at this point, I just recommend you to just watch this season, or start the series if you haven't yet, and read the numerous posts published here. They are awesome complimentary material. You're actually killing me. Good Lord. What? I could write more. The last thing I want to highlight is the confident execution of this ambitious narrative by the staff at KyoAni. It's a work that spanned almost 10 years, and the level of accomplishment is remarkable given the numerous changes in the main staff as time passed. Of course, there were changes along the way. But the essence of the series remained intact, goes to show how valuable KyoAni's focus on mentorship and self-sufficiency is. You know, like, it is really funny to see how many people were offering to write more but held themselves back for some reason. Did they know? I don't know. Who would have known? Right. Meanwhile, Yubisaki Torenren was a series I was not expecting at all to enjoy as much as I did, because romance anime is not really my thing. However, I was instantly charmed and genuinely moved by the effort led by series director Yuta Murano. On top of storyboarding every single episode, the creative choices he made in all departments were finely tuned and exponentially enhanced the result. Kevin's literally killing me. Sorry. On top of, thanks to this, the characters and world created by Morishita Su, were brought to life to a degree rarely seen in other adaptations. The studio charge, Ajirador, might not be as certain juggernauts out there, but they made great use of the exceptional staff at their disposal and delivered truly outstanding work, including some who are also important for some of my entries below. Good to know. You can see this in the show's focus on immersive layouts, which we can thank veteran animator Masayuki Sekine for, as he was entrusted with its screen design. This feels appropriate in a series with a deaf protagonist. Who do you expect to have developed a keener spatial awareness? Likewise, Yoshiaki Yanagida, Masaya Fujimori, and Yuki Miyamoto imbued this hand sign language animation with life, which is, of course, of essential importance because it's the main means of communication between the characters. All of these factors combined made me fully embrace the somewhat idealistic romance of the series. It might make some eyes roll. My eyes are rolling for a different reason, but I don't care. I just want to see Yuki happy because it heals my soul. I really recommend you give the series a try, even if it doesn't appear to be your type of anime. Maybe it will surprise you like it did to me. After watching it, you can also read this nice article posted on this site that goes in depth about the show's production. Very convenient. This is, I swear, this is the section of the article that is killing me the most. Oh, dear. Oh. Best movie. Why is there 3 of them? Oh, man. Uma Musume Pretty Derby, beginning of a new era. Toto-chan, the little girl at the window, which recently just got released, so you can watch that at any time. And Look Back. All 3 of them. All 3. 3 best movie. Singular. I'm not sure if people understood the assignment here, but the thing says movie. Singular. 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 Oh, man. Okay. Look, I need to calm down. Let's get another glass of water. I think I can make 2 more glasses. I think that's 2 more. Right. Okay. Uma Musume Pretty Derby, Shin Jidai no Tobira. I love how, like, even just within the article, the name of the thing changes, like, multiple times. You can really tell. Mega X, I'm not on Kevin's portion, I'm on Omar's portion. I'm not there yet, I'm halfway through. Oh, dear. It's the spectacular debut of Ken Leaf Yamamoto as a film director. You know, as if he don't do enough already. It is also proof of Kan Mizoguchi's exceptional abilities as an animation producer. Now, that I haven't heard yet, so that's good. And yet this movie is much more than a ridiculously stacked Sakuga movie. The story focusing on Jungle Pocket, again, horses, weird names, and her journey towards being the best in the fictional sport of horse girl racing is as viscerally satisfying as it gets. Without spoiling too much, or writing too much, her journey becomes more than just winning or losing. It deals with the act of competition itself, what it means to the main characters, and how they find or lose their motivation. However, the truly exceptional aspect of this movie is its unhinged and intense delivery. Yamamoto pulls no punches and uses every weapon at his disposal to overwhelm the viewer, be it via the unrestricted animation philosophy, which deforms characters however as it sees fit, the smart placement of the original soundtrack and sound effects, or everything at once. As a result, the act of watching this movie is an exhausting experience, in a good way of course, which will stick with me for a long time. Definitely give it a try. You can watch it with no previous knowledge of the series. Good to know. Did anyone mention that so far? I can't remember. I'm only halfway through the thing. So, like, did anyone say that already? Almost no contemporary section is really good. Okay, thank God for that. Okay, brilliant. Okay, for a complete change of mood, Madogiwa no Toto-chan, which, by the way, like, if you go up a little bit, is literally referred a different way. Directed by Shinosuke Yakuwa, was a pleasant surprise. It is based on an autobiographical memoir written by Tetsuko Kuroyanagi and mainly shows her childhood years in Japan right before and during the Second World War. To avoid spoilers and be brief, it's a movie that deals with many themes and is able to connect them in a meaningful manner. It's a beautiful movie, which I'm sure will move anyone who watches. Also, the animation and art direction are fantastic, so go watch it. Unfortunately, I could not go watch it because it came out in the cinemas on the exact day that I go to work, which is weekdays. So I couldn't watch it. Bit unfortunate, but hey, I can watch it now because it's now out. So, you know. Anyway, a lot has been said already about Look Back. Oh man, yeah. No kidding. I'm sure it'll get a lot of praise here, deservedly so. And there is even a neat article about it on this site, so I'll refer to them. But I will say that Kiyotaka Oshiyama's decision to express the joy of creating animation with a unique philosophy that embraces the inherent roughness found in the key animation fascinated and resonated with me. It added a new layer to Tatsuki Fujimoto's original work, which deals with the act of creating manga, and made this movie stand on its own. It's a type of approach that we probably won't see happening in a long time, but hopefully its success opens the door to more works like this. P.S. There's a heckin' P.S. There's a P.S. P.S. There's a P.S. P.S. It's a good P.S. though. Naoko Yamada's new feature film, Kimi no Iro, would for sure earn its place in my list if I had the chance to watch it. Well, at least that is something I can look forward to next year. We finally... Oh, this one ain't long. Oh, okay, maybe I was mistaken. Okay, all right, okay. It's One Piece opening 26 and the Black Butler public school arc. Yeah, I already know it's Black Butler. I'm not even going to bother pronouncing that now. It's almost 1 o'clock in the morning. One Piece opening 26, just an absolutely stunning opening that never ceases to amaze me, no matter how many times I watch it. Shines due to Megumi Ishitani's slick storyboarding and editing, and Keisuke Sotimori's visually appealing designs and loose animation supervision. We then got Black Butler. Hold on. Public school arc, which is in Japanese Sakuga Cartel opening. I love Masashi Ishihama's openings, as you do. I mean, Omar is a fan of Yamasusu, so I wouldn't be surprised, and a few other things, so, you know. Ishihama, we love him. And even though I haven't watched a single episode of this series... What? Excuse me? You just watched the opening and then that was it. That was it. That was it. It's just like, all right, I'm here for the OP. Stuff the rest of the show, though. What's a Black Butler? I don't know. Forget it. This opening instantly charmed me. So much so that you didn't watch the rest of it. You can find many of his usual traits here, such as the use of flat colouring and geometrical shapes. What stood out the most to me was the flow of the opening. Another Ishihama specialty, of course. Before I noticed, the opening was over. Very addicting. Now, there's a bit of a formatting error here, because this is a bullet point, but maybe it's been fixed already. I don't know. I've been reading this for like hours, so, you know. Best ending, too many losing heroines. What? Sorry? Sorry? How many? Okay, right. Hold on a second. What? Why? Sorry, hold on. Best ending, too many losing heroines, make it in it. Ending 1 to 3, link. All 3 of them. Then it's Urusei Yatsura 2022, Season 2, Ending 1. So that's 4. The weakest tamer began a journey to pick up trash. 5. Shoshimin series. 6. Undead Unluck, ending 2. 7. Windbreaker ending. 8. Ranma Half, ending 1. 9. Well, do you know what I say to that? 9. No. No. 9. No. Please. No. No. Spoiler, I wasn't the only one who did this. I don't care. You did this. 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 Let's read about him. First, I want to highlight what a great year 2024 was for anime endings. You know, you didn't write about the 31st of December 2024, so you kind of missed out on the 10th ending. No. Right. In contrast to anime openings, which are becoming more of a grand spectacle that gather many of the industry's big names, I feel like endings are increasingly becoming a space where artists can showcase more of their personal style or apply bolder creative choices to the respective series, which wouldn't be possible in the episodes themselves. In my case, I get to see wonky 3D dance sequences that I minimize and I don't pay attention to until the episode preview comes up. I'm sorry. Right, moving on. So there's Makeine, all 3 endings, but thankfully, as in a brief moment of mercy, all 3 endings I've given 1 paragraph. It was a nice choice to dedicate a unique ending to each loser heroine, but it is really remarkable how these were made. From the first ending being literally cell animation inserted into live action footage, the second one being a lavishly animated dream sequence with a very attractive and new style, to the third one being a beautiful hand-painted animation. Right, okay, moving on. I'll just say yeah to the season 2, 22, episode 1, ending 1. An almost solo effort by Hitomi Kariya. Really liked her take on Num's design and the overall beautiful aesthetic. This ending felt like a proper homage to the original series. Noticed references to openings, endings, and one particular episode, while still having its own creative identity. Now this is a good way to give a modern take on an anime classic. If only I could say the same about the remake series itself. I know. I feel your pain. I feel your pain there. Because I didn't watch it. Anyway, Saijaku Tamer ending. Hold on. Okay. Wow. The animation of the abstract states in combination with the music gave this ending sequence, which is storyboard directed and solo key animated by Jamie Vickers. I don't know who Jamie Vickers is, but like... Who's Jamie Vickers? Like, I know people were mentioning EastEnders earlier. Was Jamie Vickers in EastEnders? We should get Jamie Vickers in chat. Like, we should get him in there. Find Jamie Vickers. Bring him to me. One of the OG Gigan. The gun guy. Oh, okay. When the term Gigan did not even exist. Well, there's a lot of people that are pre-Gigan, but like... including the OG Gigan. Also... Anyway. Why do I see a SIP notification now? Oh my god. It's going to be great reading through those ones later. Shoshimin series ending. Tao Tajima. Who was also in touch, as Sarazan Mai's wonderful ending sequence. Yeah, Sarazan Mai is actually the last anime that I've watched while airing in its entirety. Let that sink in. Tajima blends anime characters in live-action footage in a very cool and convincing manner. And it's not only cool live-action footage, it depicts the city the series takes place in, modelled after Gifu City, that is already faithfully depicted in the anime's backgrounds. It was nice to see their live-action counterpart, which looked much better, by the way. Also, FC Gifu, I believe, is in J3 League, in the same league as Azul, Clara, and Namazu. So if anyone wants to watch J3 League, yeah, that's going to be starting soon. Can't wait. You know, I'd rather watch the footy. So, you know. Oh, do we count Precure? No, I don't count Precure. Undead Unluck. Wow, how many words is this? Full solo effort by Taiki Kono. There is no need to say more. Thank God. Right, moving on. Windbreaker ending. Atsuya Uki is a fantastic illustrator and animator. If you don't know him, please do yourself a favor and watch Senkaroll. Ah, yes, I have watched that. 2 short movies he basically produced fully by himself. I have watched that. I've watched both of those. Because of his tendency to operate as a one-man army. Why? Do you know what? Now, as soon as I see one-man army, I got Time Crisis playing in my head because of Ice Snort. Yeah, Richard Miller. Is he back in this? The second Senkaroll entry was released 10 years after the first one. Richard Miller was like, you know, Mad Dog like was a bit too much, and like Senkaroll 2 had to come out. Which is to say that it's a special occasion whenever an animation by Uki is released on those grounds alone. Windbreaker's ending solo Uki effort is already worth celebrating. Uki's wonderful take on the designs and color choices breathe life to the series' characters in a very special way. Ranma Half ending, mostly put together by Minami Kitamura with some animation help by Fumiyuki Uehara. Kitamura depicts the charismatic characters of this series with her simple and attractive art style, leaning more onto the romantic and cute side of the series. The sequence shows a typical interaction between Ranma and Akane that feels very genuine and sweet. It's just very cute. Now, this is a good way to give a modern take on an anime classic. If only I could say the same about the Wait, Is This Deja Vu? Now I've got, what's his name? Dave, what's his name? Dave Rogers. That's it. That bloke. Did he sing Deja Vu? That was his song, wasn't it? Yeah. Yeah, it was. It was. Anyway, best aesthetic. The magical girl and the evil lieutenant used to be arch enemies. Maho Aku and too many losing heroines Makaina. Now there's two things. Maho Aku makes aesthetic choices that don't normally sit well with me in modern anime. Designs with high line counts, highlights, strong post-processing from the photography department, enhanced brightness and more. See, this is Precur's problem. There's too many of these things. Too many of these. Blech. These choices are more or less what one could expect from a current-day magical girl or shoujo show, but are executed beautifully by series director Akio Ohashi and her team at Bones. I really liked Yukari Goto's colour design, which built a tight colour palette based on the protagonist's colours. This extended to the backgrounds and lighting, ultimately forming a strong aesthetic identity in the show. It was nice seeing this more focused colour palette, which gave the show a unique mood and contrast with the more heterogeneous. I've heard that word before, but I haven't needed to say it. And varied palettes typical of magical girl shows. The painterly backgrounds, supervised by art directors Yumiko Kuga and Takumi Okutani, greatly contributed to the show's ethereal feel. I also think that they acted as a counterbalance to the show's more modern touches, like the intricate lighting, which were also executed pretty nicely. This series reminded me
me that it's all about how you execute the creative choices you make, and I hope we get to see more works as well accomplished as this one, so maybe give Ohashi another nice project. That looks really nice, actually. Yeah, do you know what? I agree with that. That's a good-looking picture. Yeah, let's move on. Not as refined as Katsute Maho Shoujo. Sorry? Is that what it's called? Oh yeah, probably. Makehiro... It's Makehiro anyway. Is another example of a very good-looking modern aesthetic. What I want to highlight is what series director Shotaro Kitamura was trying to convey with his aesthetic choices. As he stated in an interview, Kitamura sought to evoke a cheerful nostalgia through the atmosphere of Makehiro. For that purpose, the team first gathered a bunch of reference materials via location scouting research of Toyohashi City, where the series takes place. With the help of these materials, the backgrounds of the show managed to become a very accurate representation of the city. But simple photorealism wasn't Kitamura's goal, as the visuals were filtered through a subjective lens, mostly colour and lighting modulation, to give them this youthful, nostalgic feel. To me, the visuals of this show look like how the characters would remember the events that unfold in the series, filtered through their emotions. Happy moments are visually enhanced. Sad moments look like it's the end of the world, and so on. Having an aesthetic carry this much narrative weight was one of the highlights of the year to me. If you want to know more, there's a nice article on this site. Every time I have to read that, it's like someone is sticking a dagger in my back. Oh dear. Best animation designs. It's Negaposi Angler. Now, this is a show, Hiromi Taniguchi, by the way. This is a show that I have heard mostly from Kevin. I don't know any other people who have watched it, but Omar's clearly watched it. I don't know. I guess I wasn't paying attention. But, you know, I lead a busy life. I've got a lot to do. And yet, here I am at 1 o'clock in the morning. I really think that we need to do a part 2. I really, at this point, like, this is getting ridiculous, guys. We're going to have to do a part 2. I need to go to bed. I need to go to bed. Oh, you didn't come... Yeah, see, you were hiding secrets from me. Right, Negaposi Angler was a very special work for its character designer, Hiromi Taniguchi. That is very clear if you follow her on social media. I don't think I follow her on social media. Is she on Blue Sky? Is she on Blue Sky? Is she on Blue Sky? Hello? Probably, hopefully. If she is, do tell me, so I can follow her on social media. Am I admitting defeat? No. I just want to go to bed. She's on Blue Sky too. Please link that to me. Just give me a DM and I'll follow her. Where she constantly posted drawings of different characters as the series was airing and commented on basically every episode. Sometimes even explaining her creative choices. It wasn't only the passion she expressed in social media that got through to me. I also think that her designs are quite special in how they successfully showcase her range as an artist. Each character from the main cast has a very distinctive look. Some appear to come from a different series even, but it still feels unified because they are all clearly Taniguchi's art. This also conveys how very different and quirky people can come together thanks to a common interest like fishing. True. This diversity is not only conveyed through the characters' physical traits, but their clothing too. Another specialty serious moments. And in the ending, that is literally an exhibition of our illustrations. And in characters such as Ice, who is a model. No shortage of fun character names in this article so far. We've had Ice, we've had Lemon, we've had Mitten, we've had the horse. I don't know. All the guys. Yeah. Taniguchi's Gainax roots are evident in the way the characters move and deform in goofy and fun fashion. Thanks to all these qualities, the show's animation always felt dynamic, diverse, and was able to seamlessly switch between fun and serious moments. This held even for the episodes with more conservative animation, which really highlights how great these designs are. Hope Taniguchi gets another chance like this in the future. Oh my god. Right, before moving on, a disclaimer. The next categories which deal with works released outside of 2024 are very long, maybe too much. But I watched all of them this year and are thus representative of my anime watching experience in 2024. If you're only interested in anime released this year, you can skip the rest of my section. However, if you are burnt out with keeping with seasonal anime, maybe you can find some interesting recommendation amongst all the series I will mention. What I learned is there's enough great anime released through anime's industry's history for a lifetime. Okay, now, first of all, before I continue, I completely agree with the content of the disclaimer. I am in that boat. Because I generally watch a lot of older anime. Like, that is my thing. My favourite anime of 2024 was Cosmic Baton Girl Comet-san. It's actually my favourite anime of the decade so far. Like, honestly, nothing comes close to what I experienced watching that show. Omar, I hope you write about that next year. Just saying. You could easily write 10,000 words on that show alone. Not even joking. But on the other hand, if you're only interested in anime released this year, you can skip the rest of my section. Unfortunately, I am the person who is interested in everything. I want to know it all. I want to know what you've written about the old stuff. So let's go. Let's go. The Non-Contemporary Work Award is actually The Immaculate Vibes of Kimagure Orange Road, Urusei Yatsura 4, Lumber Forever, Ranma Half, but actually all the classic anime adaptations of Rumiko Takahashi works. So, now, I have had a lot of warnings about this. Okay. Let's down this. By the way, the jug only filled roughly 2/3 of the way. I am now out of water. This is it, guys. This is it, Luigi. This is it. I am ending after this. But I'm ending after Omar. I'm ending after Omar, and then I will do a part 2. I'm not even joking. Okay? Okay? I think we can all agree that that is an absolutely okay thing to do. It is 1:10 in the morning. I need to go to work on Monday. Early. I have a lot to do. I have a lot to do, right? I am really, really busy.
No, I do not admit defeat. Please stop. No, 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 no. This is a part 2. I am still reading the whole thing. Just not now. Just not now. I can't do it right now. I haven't got time. I haven't got time. I have not got time. If I finish his second. Okay. Right. No. Again, I need to go to bed. I'm really tired. So I need to read this. So just understand, everyone. I know it is hard to believe, but I need to go to sleep. I need to go to sleep. I have a job to do. I need to make a living. I don't get money for reading this. I get money for my job, which I need to go to and do. Thank you. Thank you. Okay? Okay. 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 Kevin, I swear to God, if you add more in there tonight, I'm going to be very cross. Very, very, very cross. Very cross. Okay. Oh. Oh, dear. Right. Okay. Right. Okay. I don't even know when I'm going to do the part 2. I really don't even know. I really don't even know when I'll do the part 2. It'll probably have to be next Saturday. Like, I swear. It'll have to be next Saturday. I have to do it on a day where it won't affect me too much. Like, okay. We'll now get to reading the Non-Contemporary Work Award from Omar, which, if I'm willing to guess, is probably well over 2,000 words alone. Maybe 3 or 4. Who knows? Can't. Oh, yeah, good point. Good point. That is a very, very good point. I can't do it next Saturday. Oh, man. But I have to. Oh. Okay, we'll keep going. Think it was about 2K. Oh, thank God. Right, we'll get through this in like half an hour. Right. Maybe you're familiar with those annoying 80s, 90s aesthetic accounts plaguing social media. Oh, don't I ever. Bastards. The same ones that idealize anime from that period and yet often represent them. Well, Kimagure Orange Road, directed by Osamu Kobayashi, is dedicated to portraying 80s Japan in a beautiful and idealized way. Rather than glorifying that era, though, that focus has a well-defined narrative purpose. The anime is framed as a distant memory, with a future version of the protagonist acting as the narrator, even referring to the events of the series as him living the best years of his youth. Moving on. Across the show, many important moments are presented as snapshots, thus highlighting them as valuable memories. That's what snapshots usually are for. To top it off, the final scenes of the episodes are literally turned into photographs. Let me tell you right now, Omar, watch Comet, son. It does the same thing. Just watch that. Watch that right now. Right now. Just when I'm done with your section, download it, get episode 1, start, get on it, get on that show. All of this gives the series a very strong sense of nostalgia, which is enhanced by the very beautiful and romanticized
presentation. Thank you. Of its setting. I think anyone can relate to its idealizing, even a little bit, the fond memories of one's youth. This anime goes for that feeling and executes it splendidly by looking stunning for every single one of its 48 episodes. The efforts of the staff, many of whom are also involved in other shows I'll talk about, will make you nostalgic towards 80s Japan, even if you never experienced it. Add to that Shiro Sagisu's strength. Ah, Shiro Sagisu. Ah, yes. Oh, do you know what? I don't care that this is just really long. This is just really, like, hitting me. This is good stuff. This is good stuff. Which oozes 80s energy. The banger openings and endings, and you get some of the best vibes in anime. To top it off, Tomomi Mochizuki's incredible movie that serves as a conclusion to the series adds gravitas to the whole series and a bittersweet feeling to its nostalgia. Annoying, clout-chasing accounts might tarnish the concept of retro anime aesthetic, but Kimagure Orange Road is the real deal. 80s beauty distilled with a purpose. Moving on to the next bit. Following that elegant rom-com wreck, I'm going to invite you to my journey through the works of the queen of the genre, Rumiko Takahashi. Is undoubtedly one of the most important... Ow. Ah, my foot went to sleep again. Ow. In the 80s, again, she's one of the most important mangaka ever, but I also hurt my foot, so like, ow. Is undoubtedly one of the most important mangaka ever. Do you know what? I've read that 3 times now. In the 80s, she published at least 3 classic all-time manga series in Urusei Yatsura, Maison Ikoku, and Ranma Half. This is already a huge achievement, but what if I told you their anime adaptations are also all-timers that you should definitely watch? Wow, no kidding! The Urusei Yatsura TV anime is for many reasons a historically important production for anime. One of them is that its debuting director for the first 106 episodes was a young Mamoru Oshii, who proved very quickly that he was the real deal. He took full advantage of the series' ridiculous setting, which combines slapstick comedy with supernatural and sci-fi elements. He made tweaks and additions to the source material to exploit the creative sensibilities prevalent in his team. In short, Oshii let the young core staff of animators... Omar, it is that one. Yes, Cosmic Baton Girl Comet Sun. Watch that. That one. Watch that, please. Anyway, Oshii let the young, cool staff of animators and directors go wild, which attracted even more animators to the series. You know, as you do. For this reason, this series is a must-watch for Sakuga fans. It became pretty much the defining group watch on my server. Like, all those years ago, in 2020, it's been almost 5 years since we did Urusei Yatsura. Do you know what? We almost watched Mamoru Penguin Drum, if not for me being an idiot and saying, oh, let's watch Urusei Yatsura instead. You know, that totally won't take us forever. But it was like the best thing ever because we watched Urusei Yatsura. So I'm not regretting it even in the slightest. I've made an incredible decision because I always make great decisions, including reading this out loud for all of you. For this reason, I already read that bit. Just look at the contributions from Masahito Yamashita, Katsuhiko Nishijima, Yuji Moriyama, and Motosuke Takahashi, among many others. I am well acquainted with those names. Well acquainted. Besides these thrilling bursts, the series simply looks beautiful on a consistent basis and remains a really fun time I would recommend without hesitation. The team became increasingly more daring with the anime original editions, with Oshii even writing the script for some episodes. True,
which definitely have that unique flavour his fans are familiar with. The culmination of this process was Oshii's marvellous movie Urusei Yatsura 2, Beautiful Dreamer, which further launched his career into stardom. And yet, the entry in the series that had the biggest impact on me came from the second director. I find it a bit of a shame that Yamazaki gets overshadowed in the analysis of the series because his understanding of the world and characters of Urusei Yatsura was only second to Rumiko Takahashi herself. I actually think, I completely agree, Yamazaki's part of the series was really good. It had the Fox episodes, which I really, really liked. You're about to mention that here. Many of the best episodes of the whole series were in his hands. It links to your Blue Sky. I'm not clicking that because I'm going to get off the article and I don't want to do that. Yamazaki came from an animation background in contrast to Oshii's production background. So he gave a different touch to the series. Under him, you'd see evocative storyboards, great layouts, and enhanced emotional expressivity for the characters. As a result, he stood out as a specialist in giving genuine depth to the characters' emotions, which struck a good balance to the series' more dominating comedy. After this introduction, now it's time to talk about Yamazaki's magnum opus for Urusei Yatsura, the fourth movie of the franchise, Urusei Yatsura 4, Love the Forever. Let me tell you, I love Urusei Yatsura 4. Excellent, excellent film. And this movie, like Omar says, is the definitive ending to the animated series. Stuff movie 5, because movie 5 was just boring and apparently just like the manga ending. Who even wants that? Urusei Yatsura 4 was way more interesting. Anyway, this movie is the definitive ending, as the manga was still ongoing and its ending wasn't yet in sight. When the time came to put together this movie, Yamazaki was understandably exhausted after working on the series' grueling production for years. I mean, by that point, it would have been about 2 years. So, like, yeah, I get that. I don't think he grew to dislike the series, but he felt the need to reach a definitive conclusion on his own. He also wanted to convey to the audience because he believed they were just as enthralled by Lum as the characters from the series. It was time to move on. This leads us to Lum the Forever, a movie with a somewhat unusual structure and even more unusual rhythm. It overwhelms the viewer by being constantly disruptive, challenging the series' own tropes, and making the characters question their obsession with Lum. This movie is a unique experience that could only work in the universe of Urusei Yatsura and could only be told by Yamazaki. I think it succeeds in conveying to the viewer that the crazy happenings in the series will eventually come to an end, but the characters will be fine, as they're capable of moving on. As far as I know, there isn't an anime movie tied to a huge franchise as daring as this one. In the same month that Urusei Yatsura concluded, the next animated adaptation would start. Of a Rumiko Takahashi manga would start. Yeah? Maison Koku, with Kazuo Yamazaki directing the first two core. Its adaptation is more straightforward and less daring than Urusei Yatsura, but it's a good choice given that the series is more grounded and much less chaotic than its predecessor. Most importantly, it is still an excellent adaptation with its own creative vision. One particularly noteworthy aspect was how consistently excellent the series looked throughout its 96-episode run, a monumental achievement by the staff at Studio Dean, which also produced the latter half of the Urusei Yatsura anime. People who know and talk about Sakuga and the anime industry tend to rightfully point out that a studio is not the biggest factor behind a series' success or failure. But in this case, I think that Dean really played an integral part behind the success of the anime adaptations of Rumiko Takahashi manga. Their members gained a cumulative knowledge and understanding of the mangaka's works, which enabled the excellent adaptations they produced despite the core staff changing considerably across different projects. If you look closer into those teams, it starts to make more sense when you notice that these adaptations benefited from promoting young creators who contributed extensively to preceding Takahashi works into main roles into their follow-ups. The animated adaptation of Ranma Half is the best example of this, and also what I consider to be the peak of the process. Right? Right. Okay. What did I get up to? Oh yeah. I'm looking at this. There's loads of discussion about why why Urusei Yatsura is a bit weird because it ended up being the COVID anime for our server. Yeah, it did. It ended up being that show that we watched over that period. I mean, you know. Also, we had the tail end of Heartcatch as well, and I would suppose the things that then succeeded Urusei Yatsura. But Urusei Yatsura was definitely the one in the middle. I still remember the poll for that one extremely vividly, and how I basically sat there on this very chair that I'm sitting at right now, wondering what the hell I was going to do and what terrible thing I had done. But actually it ended up being really good. Again, like, I don't regret it at all, so I'm all right. Okay. Ranma Half. The first director of Ranma Half was Tomomi Mochizuki, an already acclaimed director who'd previously directed Maison Ikoku's excellent film. The following series directors, Koji Sawai and Junji Nishimura, also had experience in preceding Takahashi adaptations. Maison Ikoku and Urusei Yatsura respectively, debuting character designer Atsuko Nakajima. Hey, we love Nakajima here. Atsuko Nakajima, wait, all good, yeah. Was at the time one of the young promises of Studio Dean. She is still at it today. She's still going strong. Yeah, having worked previously on Maison Ikoku as one of the best animation directors on the rotation. As you can see, it's a team representative of this process of constant promotion of staff already equated with Takahashi's flavour. And more importantly, they're all great at their job. Nakajima's designs in particular are all-timer level, giving the anime its own visual identity. They have an incredible range of expressivity that lets them seamlessly switch from looking beautiful to extremely goofy. Nakajima herself deviated from her sheets in the episode she supervised, thus encouraging the other animators to do the same. This made the Ranma Half anime, into a training ground for many up-and-coming young freelance animators who delivered excellent work there and later became legends of the industry. Perhaps you've heard of a certain animation legend known as Norio Matsumoto. Yeah? No kidding. I have heard of this guy, this Noro bloke. Yeah. Yeah, how'd you know? And what about a certain director by the name of Kazuhiro Furuhashi? No way. I have? Yeah. Well, he was also one of the promising young talents at Studio Dean. Look at that. It was precisely in Ranma Half that he started his excellent career as a director, consistently directing the best episodes of the whole show. Yay. Still going, by the way. Something that differentiates Ranma Half from other Takahashi adaptations is that nearly half of its content is fully original, on top of making some changes to the events in the source material. Given the team's accumulated understanding of Takahashi's work I mentioned earlier, though, this was not a problem. As a result, Ranma Half became a transformative adaptation which stood on its own and offered a different experience while maintaining the essence of the manga. Out of all of Takahashi adaptations, this was the one I enjoyed most because it simply was a blast to follow its charismatic cast of characters. Again, oh my god, we're at the end of this section.
Again, it also helps that the animation was consistently great across its 161 episodes. Do you know what? It would be absolutely mad if we had Ranma half on Definitive Anime Chat thing. That would be mad. It would take years. It would take months. Like I can't see us doing that. I mean, we did watch Sun and Moon, and that was 140 odd. And we did watch Kirby. That was 100. We've done all right. Series watch, though, I'm not too sure about that one. Thanks to the spirit in Nakajima's designs, the animation remained loose and expressive even when the amount of movement was conservative. The amount of filler might be a big turn-off for many, but I could not have cared less. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Do you know what? I love being validated by what I read. I love being validated all the time. I am so right. And so is Omar. Omar is also correct. I don't care about the people that hate filler. Who are these people? These people. Charlatans. Fakes. Blech. In fact, it was difficult to differentiate between anime original and manga canon episodes because it doesn't matter. You just watch the show. You just start on episode 1 and you go to the end. And that's it. It is so easy. You just start at the beginning and go to the end. Which some people in this article have failed to do because, like, we've had people say, oh, I just watched episode 11 and then just called it a day. No! You start at 1 and go to the end. Please. We watched the whole thing here. Please. Even if you accidentally fall asleep during an episode, which, let's be honest, you know, if you have a busy, crazy schedule like me, that's not hard to do. Right? Sometimes that happens. Is the string canon or filler? Look, it's real. It's real. Anyway, in the end, oh no, you gotta go this bit. Many of the best episodes were fully anime original after all. See? Exactly. Right. In the end, one strong point of the anime that I feel sums up the appeal of this team's approach is that it would have made its world feel actually lived in by the cast. It adds a lot of original scenes with the characters just living normally, which made them more relatable and also served to contrast with the crazy situations they constantly experience. I highly encourage anyone to consume both the manga and Dean's adaptation because they offer excellent, distinct experiences. Do you know what? Now that I got to the end of that bit, let me just tell you something. I have done 5 half marathons in 2024. 5 of them. One of them was 14 miles long. That was more grueling than those half marathons. I'm very slow though. I walk them all. My fastest time is 3 hours and 3 minutes. But like, I've done half marathons. I've literally done the walkie thingy. I've done that. That was more grueling. That was more difficult. The walking part is easy. All I have to do is just stick Cassiopeia and, T-Square on, and I'm gonna just bolt it. I'm gonna just walk for ages. You put the good music on, you never stop, right? This though, wow. Let's keep going. We are actually over halfway through because of how long this section is, but wow. Anyway, creative discovery. Again, there's 3 of them. We got Takashi Ano, Naohito Takahashi, and Atsuko Ishida. Though recently retired, Takashi Ano's career, spanning since the 70s, is unarguably a well-accomplished complete one. Despite that, his name is not well known in the current Sakuga sphere. Yeah, they probably know a different Ano, but, you know, please tell me more. Which sort of makes sense given the type of works he did, not hype of works, and their time of release. And what's some of his most representative work, and was absolutely fascinated. Yeah. For starters, I consider Ano to be a truly holistic director. He has a great understanding of every production department and is able to unify them all into something greater than the sum of its parts. But Ano is more than a technically proficient director. He has well-defined interests and style, favouring the creation of immersive worlds, quiet atmospheres, subdued storytelling. He is also the best at depicting street lamps slowly turning on. Do you know what? We gotta love the street furniture. We gotta get an auto shenanigans shout out on this stream as well. Again, best anime of 2023, Secrets of the Motorway. Again, we need that mention. You gotta watch that one too, guys. Which is an important skill. No, really, I can assure you he has brought countless viewers to tears with it. He is that powerful. Ano's more subdued style made him stand out as an episode director in series directed by, Creamy Mami and Kimagure Orange Road come to mind, but especially in his own titles. You can watch his OVAs for Yokohama Kadashi Kiko, rightfully considered by many as his peak of incidental storytelling. There is also a great blog article about. Let's see, who wrote that? Oh, no kidding. Wow, it says it's written by Mr. Kevin Yu. Wow. Big shocker on that one. I also highly recommend Mahou no Star Magical Emmy, which, by the way, is on the current definitive anime chat thing group watch poll. It's not in first place. It's hanging in there, though. It might not get relegated. A magical girl series with a good share of fun moments in animation. But that will also surprise you with its grounded presentation of the character lives and its quiet and elegant delivery of its messages. If you are more Sakuga-brained, that ain't me. Like, I got other things in it. You can try the Hakenden OVAs. Again, like Hakenden is actually something I've heard quite a lot, even for a long time in Sakuga circles. We're talking like 10 years, easy. When did I first hear? Oh, there was like these articles by this dickhead that talked about anime each year. Now, this is no one in the chat, by the way. Let me just tell you, the dickhead has now left Sakuga circles entirely. He don't talk anymore. He decided to go upstate or something. I don't know. You know. If you know, you know. But, like, again, I think that's where I first heard of Hakenden. Again, some of the older folks in the chat will probably know who I'm talking about here. But anyway, I digress. The first 6 directed by Ano, which showcase his feel for the atmosphere and get to showcase some of the best realist animators of the time firing on all cylinders. You can also kill 2 birds with 1 stone when it comes to my recommendations and watch Maison Ikoku, which he directed from episodes 27 to 52. In my opinion, the best segment of the series and also the one that features its greatest episode. Incidentally, the only one storied by Ano. And of course, in this episode, there is a scene of street lamps slowly turning on and its peak fiction. No, Megax, no, not you. You're going to another country. That's a different thing. And I know it's the country that you came from originally, but that's a different thing entirely. I am, of course, not saying no. This was a person that disappeared. years ago. And they were bad. Very bad. So we don't say anymore. Right, moving on. Similarly, Naohito Takahashi is another criminally overlooked figure in the anime industry. Yes, he was well regarded as an animator and animation director in the 80s and early 90s. I can personally vouch for its AD work in Maison Koku, definitely one of the best in the rotation. His designs in works that are best left to adults are also pretty good, if you're so inclined to check those out. However, it's his work as a director that resonated strongly with me. Below this, he's going to talk about his work as a director. Right? Yep, Takahashi's directing style is actually similar to Takashi. It's still going, bloody hell. Takashi Ano's. It embraces the pauses and silences. It's refrained and clinical with its deployment of music, constructs scenes as if they were shot with an actual camera, and employs intricate layout work for an overall feeling of Look, it's quarter to two, come on. I believe that Takahashi was likely influenced by Ano in Maison Koku, and maybe I'm onto something here. His vision was hard to pull on a technical level, but luckily he could only rely on many excellent creators to sustain his vision. The works I particularly want to highlight are the ones he created alongside Yuriko Chiba as the designer and or chief animation director, as well as the great Shinichiro Kobayashi as art director. The first work with this trio was OLM's adaptation of Berserk, and despite what you might hear about it as a manga reader, I can say Takahashi made an excellent adaptation that focused on the more human, contemplative side of the series to great effect. My favourite work from this group, though, is the 1999 transformative adaptation of To Heart. Now, I really need to do an article on this, but there's something about 1999 for anime. There's just something about that year. I have to do something about 1999 because 1999 was just a very special year for anime. I'm not sure if any of you know and agree with me on that one. Of course you do. But like 1999 was the year for anime. I don't think it's ever been topped. Ever. Nothing tops 1999 in terms of the crazy amount of amazing genre-defining shows that came out in that year. Yeah, too much partying. But like, you know, all the good stuff came out in 99. Considering the angle better suited for animation for starters, Takahashi's vision of the story carefully depicted the daily lives of its characters in a way that motivates the viewers to remember their own days in school. Watching To Heart is just soothing for the eyes, ears and soul with no exaggeration. One of the best looking TV anime I've seen. Now, by the way, I'm just going to also mention this as well, that the Sakugabowl Discord server that you can donate $5 to their Patreon. They did a group watch of To Heart that I said I was going to join, but because I do group watches all the bloody time, I can't do it. So like, I'll have to watch it another time. But I did want to actually follow along with it. I just didn't find the time. Anyway, the original anime Figure 17 is probably this trio's most obscure title. I think I've heard of Figure 17 before. I might be confusing it with another show, though. What was that one again? It was about the number 7 or something, I don't know. But it's also wonderful work. It leans even more on Takahashi's slower, naturalistic side by having 50-minute episodes that really take their time. This might turn off some people. No, it don't. But I think it's successful due to the sweet story, excellent layout work, and one of the best Kobayashi works in TV anime I've seen. He was apparently extra motivated for this work because it was set in Hokkaido, the prefecture where he comes from. And if all these neat offerings weren't enough to make you curious about Takahashi, I'll add that he was an amazing mentor. who had the aforementioned Chiba under his tutelage, but also Kazuya Tsurumaki and Nobuyuki Takeuchi and more. Wow. You know, keep going. This won't surprise you after such a long write-up, but I watched a lot of anime this year. I think the pauses accentuate what I've just read. Let me just do that again. This won't surprise you after such a long write-up, but I watched a lot of anime this year. Oh, God. Thus, got to experience many amazing artists. And yet, it was easy to pick the animator whose work I enjoyed the most this year. Atsuko Ishida, who I have heard of before. Quite a bit. But flaunts a great illustrative quality. See the likes of Magic Knight Raya, who is also on the poll for the next anime we watch, and is, as far as I'm aware, in the lead, currently tying with Nanoha. Yeah, that's on there as well. So get voted on that one. And Shamanic Princess. What I want to highlight here, however, is her work as a key animator for Ranma Half, where she did a monstrous amount of work. Like me then, reading this. Oh my God, I'm at the end. What? There's one more paragraph. What? There's one more? Oh, man, get this, but like, I'm so happy. I'm so happy right now. Oh, dear. Anyway, in a tweet, Ishida fondly recalled the time when she worked for Ranma and mentioned it was an anime that she could draw freely. I could tell that this was the case because her animation always stood out through its personality. Whenever she was animating, the drawings became more detailed, the expressions more exaggerated, and the timing much more frantic, or everything at once. However, I didn't find her to be the series' best animator due to purely technical reasons. In my eyes, the characters of Ranma Half felt the most alive under Ishida's animation. I had the most fun during the comedic scenes she animated, was constantly impressed by her action scenes, and she made the characters emote in unique and charming ways. Atsuko Ishida was not only an impressive animator in Ranma Half, but also one of its best storytellers. Okay, now, just so you're all aware, because again, some people are not in the same time zone as me, it is currently 1:49 in the morning. I have been doing this for almost 5 hours now. But I got to the end of Omar's section. And at this point, right, look, I already knew when I saw Kevin post that the thing was going to be 41,500 words. I already knew deep down that this was just not going to work, right? It just wasn't going to work. We are going to have to do a part 2 because, and I'm sorry to all the people that are still yet to come. I think there's 4 left. Scroll back up to the top. Oh my God. Look how much I've read. Look how much I've read. Look, don't say I didn't do much on this stream. Look at this. Look at this. Look how long it's taking. Look how long it's taking.
Right, we're up to the top. Right? Look at that. That took ages just to go back up to the summit. Not the summit, the thing. No, I've not lost my place because the great thing about what he's done is I can just click and there I am. I'm on the section. I'm on section 12 out of 16. Now, would we call this a defeat? Well, I don't know. It depends. Do you lot really want me to read another... Look, Kevin's 10k. The other 3 are probably 2k each. Maybe. Possibly. So, like, I don't know. So, like, I don't know. I don't know, man. You're thinking I can finish. You can get to Kevin and call it a day and then have a final boss stream. There's so many things. There's so many things I have read today. And first of all, I'm quite glad that I have read all this because, again, I'm going to say it, like, the chances of anyone going to this length is not very likely. Like, even reading it in your head, you kind of lose all sense of what's going on because of how long it is. This is an article that was designed, presumably, either to be skimmed or that you read all 16 sections of this damn thing in bits. Because at this, like, how do you read 41,000 words in a single sit? I'm just, like, how? I don't get it. I don't actually understand how you would do it. I will have to look, like, at some of the novels I actually have in the house. I've got a few. We'll have to see. But yeah, no, I think what I didn't expect was Omar's massive section. Like, I know he was apologizing, but I didn't understand why until I got to the section. Look, Megax, you're not doing it out loud. Please. Yeah, like, oh, look, I don't know. But then I hope, in any case, I hope that this stream was entertaining. At the very least, I hope the stream was very entertaining. I hope, and do you know what? The fact that I managed to have a stream with over 10 people in it, pretty much the entire way through, is nothing short of remarkable. The fact that this stream has gone on for this long and you're all still here is absolutely amazing. So, like, thank you for staying and doing this. I should probably get my brother to do this, actually. I don't think he'd manage this. He'd also hate me for doing this. For like putting him up for it, but yeah, I don't think his audience is gonna be that interested in it either. But like, you know, it was. I had a whole jug of water, a glass of water, and a cup of tea. So I enjoyed myself sitting here reading this article, and you all had a good time as well. So that's all right. Right, so, okay. So what we're going to do is I'm going to end the stream. Yeah? I got to go to bed. Okay? So we will have a part 2. I could do it tomorrow. I could cancel group watches tomorrow night and do it tomorrow. Yeah. So like 9 o'clock tomorrow. Yeah, that could work. Yeah, I could do that. Yeah. So like, okay, you lot, 9 o'clock tomorrow, be there. We're going to do part 2 tomorrow at 9 o'clock. It shouldn't take as long. I can't start earlier. 9 o'clock is pretty much the best I can do. So like, yeah. And maybe I'll actually watch some anime tomorrow. I might watch Gundam Seed with the bros. And I'll tell you lot all about it. Okay? I will make an announcement, don't worry, and say that tomorrow group watches are cancelled as well. And we will have yet another session of me reading this article. But yeah, thank you everyone. Thank you all for joining. The time now is 1:57 in the morning. 1:57 a.m. UK time. This has been Build Knuckle, and I will wish you all a very